May be hosting Azure Wind still, so yep. Now let's see if this is working. Now, cool. And we get a bit of a special treat tonight, I think. So, oh dear, the number's actually going down a bit. Okay, this may not be as sustainable as I was thinking, but it looks like I've got quality options. And I noticed something kind of cool, which was the previous stream. I had accidentally put it to a much higher bit rate than I normally do. And it looks like, so it used to be the problem used to be that I would wind up losing quality options partway through the stream. And so I lowered the bit rate to allow for the possibility that people wouldn't be able to watch the stream at the bit rate that I chose. But it looks like I am able to sustain 1080 horizontal lines of resolution and at 60 progressive frames now. Now, that may change once Phantom Brigade starts coming up. We'll see. I definitely am getting some indications from OBS that the frame rate's sort of jumping around a little bit, but we're going to try something new tonight. And oddly enough, it actually looks like OBS is a lot more responsive when I change the frame rate, which is really weird. Anyways, early access. Welcome to Brigade. We are excited for you to experience to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade, reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Oh, and then there's an epilepsy warning. So there are some flashing lights. It's a very stylish game, but obviously this has been in the news recently with the decision of Cyberpunk to include something that's very reminiscent of sort of tests for epilepsy. They did ultimately change it in Cyberpunk, but it's not a bad time to sort of remind people, especially because I accidentally skipped over that menu. If you are susceptible to those kinds of effects, the flashing lights, I don't know if there is a difference between gaming and broadcast. I'm assuming that broadcast will still be a problem, so please keep that in mind if you are if you fall prey to it. I'm going to take a quick minute here back in the roadmap. So we are enjoying the first patch for this game, or not, I mean, there's been multiple patches, but the first update. This is the quality of life update, player-requested QOL improvements, new combat environments, base UI UX improvements, bug fixes. There's also some gameplay stuff that was well, I mean, maps or environments count. But new shields, for instance. If you'd like to see the details, they are in the Brace Yourself Discord, and I highly recommend checking it out because it is a very cool environment there. And I'll put it to you this way. I am one of these folks where it takes a lot for me to join a Discord now. Everybody's got one. You know, I would love to do more in my own Discord, but the problem is it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, right? If there's not a lot going on there, I don't really want to force it. But on the other hand, I have a feeling that people aren't really doing that much in the Discord because I am not giving people a reason to. It's a little bit like the streaming, right? There have been ups and downs in terms of concurrent viewership. I have a little bit of an idea about some of the things that get more attention. For instance, if I do data stuff, both blog-wise and stream-wise, more people watch. And so, you know, you ask the question, well, maybe I should focus on that instead. It's a tough call because I also like being able to highlight games, particularly games by Canadian developers like Brace Yourself. But yeah, with that in mind, I definitely need to figure out where I'm going with my own Discord. But with that, as I was about to say, The fact that I'm able, like, because everybody has a Discord, I'm very reluctant to add new ones to the list. And the Brace Yourself one is very good. It's very active. It's a very positive place. Because Brace Yourself is sort of attached to so many things, not just games, but you've also got the Clark Tank. You've got a lot happening on its YouTube channel. It is a pretty good community to be a part of. And of course, now is maybe not the bad time to mention that I was given a promotional key for this game. And of course, I was also given one for Industries of Titan, so I am very well disposed towards Brace Yourself on your own. So maybe we'll keep that in mind. And of course, there is also the financial incentive in place, so that for those of you who are interested in picking up this game, it is currently only on Epic. It will eventually get a Steam release. However, I don't believe that there has been any kind of verification as to what day that will happen. But if you do decide to pick up the game, and I know a few of you very kindly did that last broadcast, you can use that affiliate link if you'd like to put a little bit of the portion towards me. And of course, if you already have another broadcaster who does have an affiliate link, or if you just like to have the full amount go towards Brace Yourself, that's fine as well. Because again, I like Canadian developers, and I'd like to see local talent be rewarded. And if you would like the full, well, obviously Epic's going to take their share, but if you'd rather not use that link, that's fine. Or if you do want to credit the stream with the sale, you can go at checkout just below the checkout button. There's a creator code, and you can type in SystemChalk, SYSTEMCHALK. But with that in mind, again, a promotional copy of the game, and if you do buy it on the Epic Store, there is sort of a financial incentive for people to use that link. So keep that in mind when it comes down to recommendations, because I am going to be very enthusiastic about this game. And for me, I actually think that is a reflection of the quality of this game. But you should talk about that stuff up front. Now, I actually wasn't paying attention to the controls, so I'm going to take a minute here. I should have said ahead of time, I try to keep it no more than 10 minutes to let people kind of come into the stream. I'm also particularly interested where things are at on the broadcast, because I am trying this new quality setting. So if you do run into any problems with that, please let me know. I can actually turn the settings back down if things get too tough. But I don't know. Last broadcast it seemed to work. It seemed to work pretty well. So okay. Yep. Enter continue on the debriefing screen. Okay, right. And then tab centers the camera. Oh, I didn't know that one. What we learned last time, this was one of the Brace Yourself crew that helped us out on this, was hitting space puts you into slow-mo, which is really, really cool. Okay, this makes sense. There is one other detail I'd like to say. I don't know if I talked specifically... Okay, so sometimes the tech stuff doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's more if you're interested or if you follow this sort of stuff. But I really feel I should correct this on the odd chance that I had talked about the... So Industries of Titan uses Unreal. And I had, for some reason, had the impression that Phantom Brigade did as well. It might have just been because it was on the Epic Store, but it actually caught my attention that it says Unity Dots. And again, I actually think Dots is really cool. I don't have any skin in the game as far as game development is concerned, but I did see a couple of tutorials on Dots. And it actually reminds me of like the one programming course I took in university. I actually think it's really neat the way that works. But anyway, it caught my attention because I don't think I've ever actually played a game that uses those tools. It's still all in beta, but anyways. Side note, and one of the reasons I wanted to correct that is that I really feel that Unity gets it doesn't really get a lot of credit for the times that it there are some really good games behind it. You know, Unreal, you always see that Unreal logo at the front, whereas if you're paying for Unity, basically you pay not to have the Unity logo on. And so, you know, credit where credit is due. But I also think there's a lot of very unedifying conversations about game engines that happen online. So I wanted to, I don't want to spend too much time thinking about it, because it is very clearly the talent behind the games that really make them rise or fall. And I'm very lucky that I get to see so many games that rise. There's been a lot of good games on the stream lately. You know, obviously the engine is going to be, it's not irrelevant, but in the end it's going to be one factor. So we're going to finish our repairs and salvaging, and after that I think we're going to start punching some convoys. So let's hit the timer right now. I should mention I really did not get a lot of sleep last night. So there's going to be a few howlers, I think. But we'll see how it goes. Enemy in the rubble. While you pick over the bones of the battle, looking for parts to salvage, one of your pilot calls out to you. "Looky what we found," he says. In front of him, an injured enemy pilot lies amongst the rubble. One side of his face is badly hurt, and his leg is trapped under a hefty piece of concrete. "What shall we do, boss?" the pilot asks. The pilot looks at you, a panic in his eyes. "We can capture him. He might have information if you can gain his trust. Minus 20 supply. He may prove useful yet. Or ignore, you don't make deals with enemies." Well, no, first of all, this is the right thing to do. So I don't think we're at the point in the war yet where we start like being appalling. So let's clear out the convoy. All right, a hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position. But we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike. Suit up. We're doing okay for morale, it looks like, and we already spent a bunch of time sort of playing around with the... the mechs. So I think in this case here we're just ready to deploy, and let's see the magic happen. By the way, if I could get whoever's kicking around wanting to see what's going on with the stream. Oh, what a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Man, that's another big stack of tanks again. If you are watching the stream and you feel like participating in chat, I would love a little bit of feedback about how the visual quality and the... Actually, there is one small thing I want to try. Just before I go too further on the broadcast, I'm going to have to reopen some windows. My biggest fear is losing quality options and not realizing it. So I would like to take a minute and just verify that that is still a thing. Yep, great. Great, thank you, Ed Morse. Yeah, so I was a little surprised by the fact that I was able to stream at a higher bit rate than I usually do, and so as long as OBS is able to keep it going, I'm actually happy to keep streaming like this. Now, it feels like the last few we've actually had pretty much since we started playing with the new patch, lots of situations where there's just so many tanks, and I'm not sure if that's just a feature of the new. Yeah, if this is just more of what Phantom Brigade's going to be like, or if we've just been unlucky. But what I'm going to have to do here is sort of sort out which tanks do I fear the most, how do I position people in the right spots, and just generally try and make the most of the situation that I have here. If you're brand new to Phantom Brigade, the basic idea is, first of all, the game looks amazing, and when you see the combat, you're gonna be in for a real treat. But you basically have perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do 5 seconds in advance. So you've got this little timeline, and you can sort of see this game has a really wonderful interface where you kind of have all the information that you need over time. One of the easiest things you can do to kind of keep track of where you are in the battle is to just sort of see where the shots are going. And I actually have some ways that I can sort of take advantage of the, of the present moment, let's say. I have perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do, and so I can build a strategy around sort of countering it. One of the first things before I look at any of my enemies is the fact that we have this nice little rocky outcrop here. Well, it's not an outcrop, but like basically we have some cover here. So one of the things I can try and do is take the units that are not being targeted by these guys, try and wipe them out early, take advantage of the cover over here for the rest of my squad, and then we can sort of focus our attention on the newcomers over on this side. Now, before I commit myself to any decisions, I do want to get a bit of a read in terms of what our enemies are looking like. So first of all, on this side of the map, I want to see what kind of weapons they're packing. So we've got an autocannon. This has got a conventional cannon. Okay, so we've got 2 conventional cannons on the edge here. This means, so their effective range is 48 to 99, and they do a fair amount of damage. So it's 139 damage in terms of the volley. The autocannon does 285, so it does more damage overall, but you're sort of relying on the attack running for the full length and at a proper range. So as long as we can keep these guys at a distance, we don't have as much to fear from their autocannons, and that's exactly why this cover and this cover will be helpful. Now, that's not the only set of tanks that we need to worry about. So now we'll take a look at these folks. So autocannon. This is a conventional cannon, so if we engage these guys at close range, this will actually work a bit better for us. This also has a conventional... Interesting. Okay. So all of the tanks that benefit from range are actually in the closer area. And then this is an autocannon, so this is probably public enemy number 1 at the moment. One thing I could try, I believe we're in melee range, like right off the bat. Oh, but it looks like it's going to make me... Yeah, we overheat now with the heavy sword. Now, one lesson we learned was that you can actually just throw up the shield and charge into all of the enemies if you find it too difficult to to handle. One thing I'm going to do actually is focus on my melee unit, because one approach I might want to take now is to say, okay, well, we'll run them away. We'll run away from the main threats. Yeah, so this unit's being ignored. This gives me a little bit of an advantage, so I'm gonna try and do a melee. Okay, no, these are all collisions. So notice, ooh, looks like somebody else is attacking them. Ah, okay, so we got 2 units that are attacking. If I can get them into some kind of cover, then that's so much the better. So we'll run forward like this. Melee strike. I'm going to be pretty warm after that. Ah, curses. Oh, but that's one of the long-range weapons. I actually prefer to I prefer to get the attack as early as possible. I mean, it's kind of an optimistic move, but it's not like, it's not the end of the world. So let me make sure I got that right. it's possible I actually wind up tripping over that that tank. So I'm gonna just slightly adjust the angle a bit. So we hit, turn. Now this is going to be kind of interesting because it look. Oh no, that collision does happen. Okay. Okay, cool. So basically what happens with my melee unit is they move back, they get a starting hit on this fella, and then we move on to the unit that's attacking them. So I'm going to be really interested to see how that turns out. And we'll be running hot by the end, but we're not gonna overheat, which is the key for that particular move. Now, I do have a couple of dilemmas as far as the marksman rifle is concerned. If you take a look at the cone... Oh, you know what? This is a little reckless, but... I mean, this unit does have fairly good armor. So... Now, I think if I try to dash out of the way, yeah, I burn up. So... my back is turned. Okay, well here's what I'm going to try and do then. I bonk into my ally. That's not the way you do that. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is dash. Yeah, so I'm trying to dash in such a way that I don't interfere with the shot, but I am going to be able to walk in front of the. I am going to be able to walk in front of the damage. This is going to be a weird one for me to point the shield towards, but... So I want to see if anybody's attacking this unit after... Not really. So what I want to do with this, what I'm going to do with this unit after the initial setup, I'm going to walk them off. Basically, at a point where I've still got the shield up and protecting them, and the idea is that I want to be able to take advantage of another sniper shot when the opportunity presents itself. So let's say we move them back here. Just shy of where I want to be in the cone of death. So, actually, here's the better question. When can I fire this gun again safely? So, around the 2.5 second mark. Again, trying to make sure that I got to be a little careful on where I'm walking, just to make sure that the shield is still up for the protection. This guy's just getting out of the optimal range. Anyways, the idea here is just to stay still as much as possible for the... Stay still as much as possible for the sniper shots, and then walk along. So the other thing I want to set up now is that we know that there is going to be an attack that comes in from this tank. But I do have I do have some free time with my shield. I think I might just want to wait here. Yep, but I'm in the wrong spot. So what I'm trying to do with this is set myself up so that I'm protecting my ally, but I'm also going to be, yeah, that's great. At the end of this, I'm going to be firing my shotgun. Okay, looking good. So we've got 3 units taken care of, and so now we're going to see what my rifleman does. Now, my rifleman, I'm actually kind of feeling inclined to sort of sit around the edge of this this house and rain misery on the. Oh yeah, this is great because we've got the house is protecting us. So I wonder if I can get a second one of these things off while. Yep, just in time for them to. So I'm actually going to stand and wait on these. And then I'll move up a little bit. Now I suspect I'm still going to take a touch of damage from the attacks. I wonder if I can get a cheeky short range attack off too. Yeah, why not? Okay, so this is definitely going to be one of the ones where we go down to the slow-mo, and I really want to see what happens with the melee unit, so we will now execute. So that was the first sniper shot right off the bat. He's dashing in to protect his comrade. It'll be interesting if we see any numbers on this guy. So we're getting ready for some sweet ninja moves. Okay, he got tagged a little bit. Big sword. That's quite a bit of damage that guy wound up taking. So what I also want to see here is the follow through. So we should walk a little bit and then take one of these guys right away at close range. And hopefully that nullifies the damage they otherwise would have done. These things aren't dead. But they are banged up. Okay, that was fun. This guy wound up taking quite a bit more damage than I was expecting, though. And it looks like the misery still still coming in. So, I think the story here with Polaris is I need to figure out how. So the big question is, how do I want to handle what's coming his way? So this unit, I believe, is an autocannon, so the closer they get, the more dangerous they are. And then the other guy who hates him. Yeah, it's this unit. Now again, I don't have that much to worry from these individual units. They're obviously very badly damaged already. This guy is close, but not completely out of the game yet. I'm interested in where that shield's heading. I don't know if it'll quite tell me that. It usually gives pretty good information in terms of where everyone's going. Actually, I'm going to start with... oh, looks like we did overheat a bit. I'm going to start with this unit because there's a lot of stuff that hates them. So I'm going to get myself behind the... So I didn't want to do it this way. I am going to put myself behind the house here. And I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to focus on... Oh, this is going to be gross. And too hot. Yeah, it's just outside where I really want it, but... But, I mean, this is kind of the safer spot from the attacks, so... I'm putting quite a bit of faith in the fact that this house is going to be standing by the end. I'm going to move them a bit further so that hopefully I can... Yeah. It's another cheeky little hit at the end there. And I mean, again, it's not perfect. I am sort of relying rather heavily on... Oh, let's also make sure about that shield. So from 1.5 to 3. Oh, but the attack isn't... Yeah, no, I'm fine there. Okay, so Tango has a little bit less to worry about. Because the we always have the outside option of the shield. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people attacking them from multiple angles. So one thing I could try and do to make my life a little easier is just to snug up against the cover. Okay, so there's a little bit of overheating, but what this does do is it actually puts some pressure off of my guy with regards to the attacks. So I think in this case I'm actually willing to get a little overheat. Now the real question is, what do I want to do with the rest of the turn? Yeah, maybe just some cleanup. And then I suppose the next question would be, where do I want to position myself by the end? And I think in that case, I'm actually going to start moving in on the hello. So you know what? They're just going to stay put then. Because if they're going to be attacking at the end of the turn, I would like to have as many obstacles in the way. Okay, so I still have my melee unit to consider, and then I have the sniper, which is actually in a bit of trouble. So the thing about how I've set up this turn is that there's really no plan for this guy. The fact of the matter is they're going to be taking some damage. There's nothing I can really do about that. Yeah, not even close. So I can either go for full cover, at which point I'm sort of, being a bit of a wimp, or I can try and maneuver in such a way that, yeah. So like if I do if I do something like this, they're still firing on. Well, you know what? That's not so terrible. So then I turn around and we say, okay, now I use my long-range attack against you. This is about as safe as I'm going to be from those guys. So let's just see when I can make that thing sing again. I don't really think it's worth it. I think at that point we wait it out. Is anybody else attacking them this turn? Yes. Okay, so I don't... They might still be standing, but... So after we wait, I think I'm actually going to put them a little deeper in the cover. Which doesn't exactly position them for success for the next turn. Well, there's still some ways I can game this a little bit. All right. Finally, my beloved melee unit. I guess the real question here is how do I manage the heat and the kind of... Okay, so the obvious candidate for attack is this guy. So what I think I'm going to do, I got to walk it off a little bit. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. I'm just a little nervous about the fact that I might be creating collisions doing this walk, but... Okay. So I clearly need a few turns to walk it off. I am interested in the fact that it looks like there's this... It looks like there's this fairly heavy attack coming in on me. Now, I could try running away, but notice that right at the time that I'm in the optimal range, it's going to hit me in the back. So I think the next best is to close the distance as much as I can, lower the efficiency of the attack. And so that's going to give me some options. That's either going to mean I do a dash attack in here, and I help out my ally, or I do the dash on this unit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, the collision's already going to decide that one for me. So... yeah, so we'll just continue to be a troublemaker. Ooh, but we're still under threat. And I don't think we have anybody on them. Honestly, I think just close the distance down and make the shot ineffective. I mean, so I'm basically accepting that Kilo's going to take a bunch of damage, but I also sort of acknowledge that they're in a big, scary mech, and that the enemy's going to be attacking them inefficiently. Hey, Night Valiant, how are you doing? Am I a brigade? I am the 5-second commander. By the way, guys, I didn't do dinner before I started, so I am going to, before I start this turn, I'm just going to have a mouthful or two while it's still warm. Sorry about that. By the way, Night Valiant, I don't know how your internet is, but with the quality options, hopefully if you're watching on the source, it should look much better. I don't know if I want to make this like a super slow-mo one right now. I think I'll just watch the magic happen. I'll slow it down if I feel compelled, but... Okay, I'm going to slow it down. So that's a fair amount of damage that I just took there, it looks like. Oh no, that's the... Okay, so that one's down. Karate! I don't think we've taken out a tank yet, though. Wonderful. Okay, so they're kind of running for cover. Leave my friend alone. Okay, so we have at least one tank down. That guy's still in perfect shape. More or less perfect shape. It's going to be attacking at the end. There's quite a few people who are ready to cause some misery. I'm surprised this guy's still standing, if I'm totally honest, but it looks like they're only going to do one attack. And that's straight on my, that's straight on the guy who's attacking him. So my best option right now is to actually put distance between me and the... I do that, but the second that happens, looks like this guy shoots him in the back. Okay, well, Ingrid's gotta take care of herself first. I mean, it says at a different height, but I don't know if that actually causes all that big of a problem. So... Again, we'll just walk it off. I'm curious, if I walk it off and then I do another dash on this unit. Again, I get the height warning, but I don't get the collision warning. But it also doesn't leave me a whole lot to do on the... Yeah. Oh, that's right. I need to wait a while. Ooh, actually, yeah, there's a couple people who want... Oh no, hang on. If I'm... Yeah, if I'm coming in for a hit on these guys, then I don't think I'm going to need to worry about this particular attack on me. So yeah, maybe I do want to see how how well I can handle it's a start. I mean, there's not a lot that I can do. It does seem like the heavy sword really does limit how much of a party I can have. All right, now let's take a look at Tango. Hey, Mad King Brutus, great to see you again. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Mad King Brutus reminds me of this. I was mentioning the affiliate link before. Mad King Brutus, I don't know if you want to try and do a refund to get this, but Epic has started their sale. Now, Phantom Brigade's a new game, so it's not on sale. However, those of you who are okay buying on Epic, you may remember that they do these coupons. So it's $10 US that you get off. If you don't have a coupon, you can go to the site and claim one. And basically every game that's $14.99 US or higher, you can apply that coupon and get $10 off. I know if a game goes on sale shortly after you've bought it, they will usually cover the difference with like unbidden, which I think is a really nice thing about that storefront. But when it comes to things like when it comes down to the sorry, what am I trying to say? When it comes to the when it comes to like the coupons, I don't believe they proactively handle those. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a weird turn, but I'm going to wait the duration of the shotgun attack. Oh. Maybe I don't want to be moving close like that. The angle is very inconvenient. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mac. I sent you a quick message on Twitter. But yeah, you can get whatever I don't know what the exchange rate is right now, but if you're able to get a refund, you may be able to apply that coupon. But again, I don't want to. I think if you send them an email explaining the situation, they may, they might also do something as well. But obviously, I'm not speaking for Epic, so. Please don't hold them to anything I said here. I definitely can't speak for their policies. Maybe it would have been better if I just didn't say anything, and then nobody would be disappointed. Oh, he's pretty far away at this point, and I generate too much heat. Okay. So the reason I'm staying in my little hidey hole here is because there is a unit that's kind of moving in to do me harm. So as much as I would prefer to do this shotgun a little bit earlier, I got to keep my safety in mind. Oh, really? But he's gonna get whacked with the mighty sword, so we'll close the distance. Yeah, I mean that's probably not very safe for this unit, but I hope your PC gets working soon, Mad King Brutus. I'm sorry you're going through that. Okay. So when do I get more DACA? That's just out of range, huh? Okay. I can work with that. So at this point, basically, actually, yeah, no, I think I'm just gonna wait it out, facing him down. That's probably the better way to tank that damage, is just make sure I'm facing the right spot. Okay, now, my marksman's a little bit of a conundrum. Maybe not. Okay, so if I just stick them where they are right now, and I try to shoot, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to hit, yeah. But I should be able to put a hit on that unit. I'm a little curious why it says the chance to hit is so low, because it seems to me that they're right in the sweet spot. But this does have the nice effect of kind of keeping my unit sort of in front of a mountain for most of the threatening attacks. And then I suppose the question is, where do I want to set them up for the next turn? I think I'm actually just going to leave him in peace. Oh, yeah. Good luck, Brutus. Do let us know how it turns out. I'm trying to decide if there's any benefit to me doing a short range attack, or if I should just wait to let the big gun have it say. Well, you know, given where I'm standing. Ah, okay, I know exactly what I want to do then. I'm gonna get a slightly better angle on the bad guy. Yeah, I'm still shooting through the house. So I'm doubling up a lot of damage on this, but these are really the attacks that I can. Really the attacks that I can sort of afford, or they're the best ones that I can sort of manage with the time. Given the fact that we're doing some melee at the start, I think I'm gonna do super slow-mo again. So they're doing a pretty good job of dodging the cannon fire by being so close. Okay, that guy's already toast, so a bunch of wasted effort there. Okay, so let's just take a look at the butcher's bill. Well, I mean for the other side, but okay, so this guy's still up and running. This guy's toast. This guy is up and running. This guy's toast. So we got two guys at the end here, and they're pretty much stuck in place, so we can do whatever we want to them at our leisure. He's ejected. Okay, so actually the world is our oyster. So that attack is coming after Tango. So the best move for Tango to do right now would be to just walk through the valley. Oh, they just wind up waiting. Okay, I guess I can't put them through the valley anymore then. So second best, we will just prep them for the attack. Now my marksman, I really don't have any good plans for. It's really just got to be... so I wonder if I can dash. Not without burning up. So of course, what worked rather well as cover for me is now a bit of a liability in terms of taking out these fixed tanks. So this is really just a matter of moving through level. Foxtrot's probably going to be the big playmaker. So first of all, do we collide? Nope, we're in good shape. At this point, it just seems to make as much sense to me to sort of stand and deliver. I don't really see a whole lot of advantage in moving and reducing the accuracy. So obviously we run a little hot, but and it's not the most exciting turn. Oh, actually, sorry. Blade Sister doesn't have anything to do. Oh, and that's because they're going to be attacked. All right. Kind of a scaredy cat move for two of the units, but we've pretty much got this thing sewn up. I preferred my marksman rifle. But I do plan on using a sniper rifle when I can. Well, I mean, when I say I can, like, as in it is optimal for me to do so. Oh, he is not out yet. Oh, but there's a surrender, so we're all good. All right, so that guy's out. We're gonna put the mountain between us and the incoming projectiles. This should hopefully finish the job. If it doesn't, we have a heavy pistol to finish the work with. And because I'd love it to be a team effort, let's just... Not much scrap left, but... Alright, I feel good about that one. That more or less went according to plan. Sorry it wasn't quite as dramatic in the dialogue. Actually, there's more damage that we took on that than I was expecting. I'm going to take a quick minute here for another couple bites of dinner. Just pasta. They're actually leftovers, but it's rotini, some tomato sauce, and ground turkey. That was fun. Again, so for those of you who are coming into the channel now, I didn't get much sleep last night, so I was kind of scared that I was going to take a perfectly good run and then make some boneheaded moves. But that was kind of a nice, I don't know, a nice training wheels exercise. So 25-second fight, 820 damage taken on our side. we inflicted 6,526 damage, 93 actions planned, 831 meters traveled, 8 units destroyed, no parts. I'm never 100% sure about this one. I guess there's a difference between what was on site and what was what's scrapped. Yeah, we still have a couple hours left in the stream to go to see all the disasters. But 284 supplies on site. Let's take a quick look at the breakdown. Oh man, we got this thing more or less intact. So I might take a quick look at the shield and see if I can do something better with that. But yeah, there's some pretty good gear here. These are a little less exciting. It's a little inconsistent in showing the destroyed items, but oh, hello. This will be very helpful. Alright, you may dispatch a salvage team at this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So, as always, so I'm not 100% sure what the real cost is for repairing. It just seems like that's the sort of thing you can do. And I guess the threat is that if you have a bunch of enemies kind of coming in on you at the same time, you may not have this repair option. But right now, I've sort of been the one to sort of force the engagement. And so the 6 hours is just the same as what I would be waiting for in any other circumstance. Now, I am tempted. You know what? Let's do another unit build. I'm pretty happy with my team as it is right now, but we've got a pretty big surplus of scrap or of supplies, so I feel like we can get away with some luxuries. You wonder how many bits you have to? Oh, that'd be a good idea. I never really thought about naming units after members of the stream. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how we get new pilots yet, but so because Mad King Brutos had the idea, I will make him the first pilot that we name, and then as we bring new bodies in, I don't know. I'll try and come up with some ways to get people involved. Also, let me get a couple bits of housekeeping out of the way. So first of all, there are more of you than when the stream started, so it is worth remembering that I'm playing this game because I was given a key from Brace Yourself Games to promote it. I'm very grateful to them for doing that because I love it. I loved it from the first patch or first release. I like the current update, and they stopped by the stream on Wednesday. We're a bunch of very friendly and very cool people. So it's very nice to find out that the people behind the game are nice and you know they're pleasant to interact with. In addition to the fact that they're clearly very, very talented. It's probably not a bad idea if there's more people in the channel than when you started to let them know. And as I mentioned, while it is a nice opportunity for me to flog my affiliate link, there is another interest at play in the fact that this is an Epic exclusive, and I do have an Epic affiliate link. So there is a little bit more of a financial interest at play than there would be on some of the other ones. I will not feel particularly hard done by if you don't use the affiliate link. There may be another creator that you want to support, or it may just be that you'd prefer to see Brace Yourself get all the money. Either way, I'm totally fine with that because it's not going to be a life-changing amount of money one way or the other. But if I did help you make a purchase decision, I'd certainly love to get the credit and cover some of the costs for the stream. All right. But on top of that, I did want to shout out Night Valian, who is in the channel. Night Valian is a wonderful Brazilian streamer who I have gotten a chance. I've been a little inconsistent in terms of watching his stream lately. We enjoyed a lot of Monster Sanctuary, but I think you've moved on to something new now. My memory is escaping me right now. But Night Valiant's been one of the real gems that I've found on stream after the last little while. You know, just kind of lurking around. I actually got to meet him through Kit Fox's Lucifer Within Us, which was the subject of the Choice Cuts stream on the Brace Yourself Games YouTube channel. That was the trailer analysis that their trailer creator does. That's a really helpful resource. Like, you know, this is the funny thing about Brace Yourself. In addition to making very good games, their site actually has a lot of very good resources in terms of sort of understanding the business of games and what, you know, how they are able to do what they do. So I recommend checking it out if you haven't, and I recommend checking out Night Valiant because he is a swell guy who I like watching. Oh, freedom! You've successfully liberated this province, and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of the other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. I'm totally fine with this because we're already going to be out of commission for 6 hours. So minus 200 supply, minus 100 fatigue, so everybody's going to be feeling great by the end of this. So many delicious convoys to take out. It looks like we're behind schedule. So we've already liberated the region, but we still have a barracks and an outpost to clean up. Maybe I'll take like the long way around. Come back here, you scoundrel. Oh wow, that's more than one. Okay. I should make a decision. A hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position, but we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now would be a good time to strike. Also, sorry, Megan Bruce says, I found going back to the mountain base you could recruit new pilots. I don't know about other settlements on it. Yeah, well, I also know there was the way to build electronic smoke, and I wanted to build another one of them if I could, but I didn't really have... I didn't see the menu option again, or I just wasn't paying attention to the tutorial. So, sorry, I'm going to have another mouthful before I... Oh, come on. I did want to see if I could edit some of my units. So, nope, not this one. The Lance. Ooh, that's... Oh no, that's the medium. Oh, the arrow is still pretty, pretty light. So I think we're happy with the Nox Heavy for now. Looks like there is a new offensive subsystem. So currently we have a capacitor. I'll ignore that. So... if we feel like packing a blade... nice light one. Okay, I think I'm about to liberate a military fortification. This was the new shield, so... What? Oh, because it's a barrier. Alright, I was gonna be like, what? What's with the 18 integrity? Less math. Actually, this would not be a bad one to throw on my... This would not be a bad one to throw on my melee unit if I felt that they needed that kind of protection. But yeah, it's pretty hard for me to say that any of these are real improvements. Vidar. So more integrity but heavier. I think that's going to be true of all of these. Better heat dissipation, though. Belongs to a line of armor produced in low volumes by Tiatsu Industries. The unusual geometry excels at deflecting projectiles while maintaining low sensor footprint. Rarely seen in combat due to the exotic materials complicating repairs. Got a passive heat sink. And, okay. And what about new legs? It's always weird to see the skinny little legs on the big guys, but okay. I don't need anything out of there. I am, however, going to say. So I'm going to do this in a weird way, but I'm going to see what my lowest level mech is, and that looks like it's the Behemoth. So I'm going to see if there's any fancy parts that they can take advantage of here. I will say that is the canonical design. Okay, so best part we could give it would be medium arrow. That's a very significant drop in integrity, but it does have a barrier on it. So I wind up... Yeah, actually, you know what? If I think of total... Like, the total ability to absorb, we've got 238 integrity, 238 barrier. So it's actually quite comparable. Okay, not... It's there. I could do better, but like the Asgard heavy, like it's good, but it's not the end all be all. Let's say. So yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna give it the. I think I am gonna give it the arrow. I don't remember which design I picked. Officer B might. I don't really want to do city, so yeah, we'll go for Officer B. So again, I want to make sure that the center isn't hit too much, but I sort of feel like this might still be able to work, especially because if you look at that speed, that's pretty impressive. Well, you know what? I know I'm being indecisive here. There's actually one other thing I want to change. So this was the one I had before. I guess I got my livery back. That was Officer B. The one person I am going to change that on first is my melee units. So they're sitting on 446. So the total stopping power... but we have a big drop in heat capacity. So what's interesting is the thruster power goes up, but we lose quite a bit in the heat capacity, which I don't like. So I will put the arrow on it. Okay, offensive subsystems. We've currently got an improved heat sink. What does yeah, that's not much of an improvement. Left item, what are we looking at here? Oh, yes, you were going to ask about the... oh, sorry, we're looking at the... Oh, okay, sorry. I forgot something very important on the Lance, which was the shotgun. Not the arm, the item. So that's not actually much of an improvement. That's a pity. So again, let's see what we can do to try and boost our friend over here. I'm actually pretty happy with the medium weapon that they have. I don't think I'm going to be getting anything too special out of that. The right item, not going to turn it into... I like the dagger. So, to answer your previous question, Mad King Brutus, this is the sniper rifle I have. The thing that I'm looking at here is that the sniper rifle has a single shot, optimal interval 2.6 seconds, optimal range 81 to 120. It is nice that we get one shot with 210 damage, but then I compare that to the baseline, the marksman rifle that I have. 2.2 seconds optimal interval, optimal range 60 to 81. Remembering that I have actually had some difficulty getting this guy in position, so the high speed is kind of a nice touch for him. The damage per second is higher, and I mean, four shots at 113, like, that's not too bad in terms of damage output, so it's hard for me to justify that particular sniper rifle. Can you double check the front of my sniper? You mean like rotating the model, or the was there something about the stats for the dice, the sniper rifle here? The ones you have are double barrels. I don't think I'm able to rotate the... I wonder if I do... I know there's another visual mode. Oh yeah, if you just... So this is a single barrel for the sniper rifle. Again, it's a perfectly fine weapon. It just happens to be that I have something a little more savory. All right, so we are currently rocking a Nox medium, which is actually a pretty good part. I don't see a whole lot of reason to change that up, to be honest. So I can get some extra, sort of some extra protection, but at the cost of mass. And I do, like, this guy's a pretty speedy runner now, so I figure if I'm not going to be able to, move them, or say if I'm going to have some struggle with the range, being able to move them and zip them around the battlefield's a nice sort of second best. Okay, I think I am done with the Behemoth. That's a 3.7, 3.8, 3.6, so technically the Lance is... Well, the Lance we've already kind of explored, though. The one thing that I didn't think to check was the arm. So yeah, same story here. If I want, I can get some extra integrity. Better heat dissipation, which is nice, but it comes at a cost of mass, which I don't think works for me. But my Hermes, which used to be my fastest unit, I should be changing the names for everything. Let's just take a quick look at what we've got here. So, I'm not so sure that I'm not so sure this is much of an improvement. We are currently rocking the Spark. Yeah, we don't have anything new there. I don't think any of those are all that relevant. It's the same story with the Vidar. I guess this one, it's a little bit less of a... a little bit less of a hardship. Improved heat sink. Yeah, I don't want to worry about those. Elbrus medium versus... Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't seen much of a reason to want to prioritize integrity over... Well, actually, you know, the heat dissipation would be the reason I want this, why I would want this particular arm, because of the, being a... Yeah, actually, you know what? for the heat dissipation, I'm willing to equip this particular one. I don't remember what power does for me. Total power of mech output of a mech's reactors and energy systems. Okay, doesn't quite tell me why I want different values though. Okay, offensive subsystem. Right, we just dealt with that. Lower body. So we've got Nox mediums. No point to mess around with that. And it did occur to me that there was one other thing I might want to change with my so I do have a light blade that I can equip now instead of the yeah, you know what, actually let's try this, because having two blades now, one that gives me variety in terms of the angles of attack, but the other thing that it gives me is if I feel like I'm overheating, I do one with the heavy blade and then a quick follow-up stab with the light. When you saw a double-barrel sniper rifle, you lost it? I think I would too. So does anybody happen to know exactly what the what the power does? Like, is it the idea that I need to, you know, I need to make sure I get a certain amount of power, or my my speed is, you know, is dependent on power? I'm not 100% sure on how that works. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Oh, and there are reinforcements on this one. So, again, I'm going to take a little bit more dinner. I'm also going to take a sip of coffee. Wow. Okay. 2 mechs, heavy shotguns. So I want to try and give them some... Oh, this is a nice thing. So these things take a really long time to shoot. And their optimal range is 15 to 30 meters. So if I can give them some distance, we're going to be laughing at them. So it seems to me our first move is to do the sniper thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to do 2 at once. Nope. Okay. So, sniper shot. I'm going to move back a bit. So it does kind of make me a prime target, but... Really? Okay, fair enough. So of course I better have some plans in terms... There's a lot of guys who are attacking this unit, and there's just sort of standing on a mountain taking it. I don't need to be completely self-sacrificing. I figure I can at least put myself in a little bit of cover before I start making it rain. Oh yeah, man! Look at what that arm does. I don't think we can get a third one off without overheating, but I bet you I can get a short-range one off. Okay. Now, if I can, right now I've sort of been focusing on what I can do to the mechs. I should be focusing on which tanks are the biggest threats. So we've got autocannon, 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 cannon, cannon, cannon. Ooh, okay. Ooh, yeah, so it's all the cannons. That's a pity then. So I can't quite be as brave as I want to be when with regards to the... Does it really take me that long to... Ah, I see. Basically, I'm trying to maximize the amount of mountain between me and the... well, again, these aren't... Well, I guess they are kind of well, nah, they still don't count as mountains, but I was just thinking, given the height of these mechs... Okay. So does anybody hate... Yes, it does look like some people hate my melee unit, but it looks like I actually get to have some adventures on the other side of the map. So basically... Okay, can't... Yeah, that's a lot of collisions. I did not make life easy for myself here. Okay, so if I just say screw it and I want to slice somebody up. Okay, that's not going to work. So here's a thought. If I just do a dash, that puts me in a really good spot for the bad guys to attack. Oh, but they're autocannons, so they're not quite the same. They're not the same kind of threat. I don't know, I feel like there's something there. I just haven't quite figured out what. I'm gonna move my big fella up. I kind of wish there was more I could do about that, but... Okay, so yeah, I really got to figure out what I want to do with this unit. Ideally, I'm gonna... I don't know, I'm gonna do something exciting that doesn't result in me getting completely owned, but... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we rocket, heavy hit. Can I follow up with a quick stab at the end? That'd be amazing if I could. Nope, that's too hot. And that's going to put me in position to stab him in the back at the end. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with that. I think I'm going to do super slow motion just to see what it all looks like. The last thing I do want to check, though, is to make sure that I'm not doing any sudden collisions. So I do think we are going to wind up taking some damage out of this, but I don't think it'll be too catastrophic. So it makes me happy to see. Oh, friendly fire. Glorious. That's a lot of hits to the back that Kilo's taking, but we just completely demolished that thing. So gonna get ready for a backstab with the dagger. Oh, did you get in the way of the... Yeah, they probably did. So the melee attack may not connect anymore. Oh no, hang on. We were attacking this guy first, then we were going to do the backstab next turn. Okay, so... Looks like we took out 2 threats this round, and we're pretty well positioned to smack this guy around too. So yeah, this trooper is going to wisely eject. This thing is crashing and it's not going to do anything next turn. This guy is going to attack Foxtrot. Actually, before I do anything, let's just see what the damage looks like. Wow, we avoided quite a bit. Okay. So of course the threat right now is to Foxtrot. So the first thing I want to see is, can I actually get away with a backstab? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, not without burning up, but it does look like we're going to be able to just ride the edge of my heat. And then I'm gonna try and... Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be a hard one to balance. Let's try and walk it off. I mean, by then I should have a little bit more capability, so... Yeah. I think this is where the... Okay, let's figure out what I'm doing with my ally first before... So the one thing I probably can't afford to do is immediately open fire. Yeah. So I kind of need to... I need to get some Okay, actually, so there's one or two things that I can do. With this attack, it's 15 to 20... yeah, so... 15 to 27 is still pretty darn close. I don't know if I just want to stand there and take it, or what. So if I dash, that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna burn me up. Ah, okay. I actually have some... I do have a bit of time to escape. So if I try to walk around like this, that's still going to give me enough time to deliver... Okay, it's a little risky as far as the friendly fire is concerned, but it's still feasible. And this is really just going to be about positioning for the next part. I might be able to get away with another shot, but I'm not sure I'd really want to do that. I don't know, for the sake of the argument. Well, I mean, I could afford to do it. Well, you know what? Sure, we'll give it a shot. Okay. I haven't actually figured out what I'm doing at the end of this move yet. Go back for seconds. Yeah, so it still says collision and dash, so... But I will be able to get another one in. Oh, well, I'll be able to start another one. That's an important distinction. So that's pretty much saying, all right, well, I know I'm going to take damage, and that's just too bad. So that's, I think, 3 units taken care of. No, we really just moved this guy out of trouble, and then we didn't decide what else we wanted to do with him. Now, the funny thing about Tango, so I have a bit of a dilemma here. In one sense, I could just say, all right, well, we got another unit in the kill zone, so let her rip. Actually, you know, oddly enough, there are not that many people who wanna hurt my unit. So they wind up being a little close by the end, but I don't necessarily mind. Well, you know, I can keep moving back during the shot. I'm curious if I can cross the streams. I don't believe that isn't a collision. I think that's going to cause me all sorts of pain. I think that's also going to cause me all sorts of pain. Yeah, so it's really just the remaining walk. That's a dilemma here. So out. And around. All right, just at the edge of disaster. I'm not 100% sure if I wind up shooting into a mountain, so I will still keep walking up the hill just in case. So I guess the last question is, what do I do with my friend over here? So we've basically we'll have cleared out the Well, I've cleared out the zone. Okay, so I do maybe one of these. So nobody's really attacking them there. And then we let her rip on the tank. It seems the simplest way. I kind of wish I could maybe do a little bit more this turn, but... Oop, that's Tango. I'm getting into position there, so yeah. The only thing that's really not great about it is that I'm potentially opening myself up to retaliation from these two tanks at the edge. But I don't know. I kind of want to see how this turns out, so... I just want to see the ballet that happens on the edge here. He got hit. Oof. All right, turning around, getting ready to deliver another. That was a lot more firepower than I thought. I probably should have checked my distances a little bit better. Alright, well, there's at least a crash there, and I think we just took this guy out of commission. He's probably going to wind up ejecting next turn. Well, we don't need to worry about that flank anymore. Okay, so they're not going to be doing anything. Sort of as expected, the regular cannons are ready to let their disagreement with my policies be known. Yeah, this guy's got nothing to do, so he's just going to eject. Looks like this fellow's still in the game, so I think this probably generates the least heat. Oh, nope. Even if it generates the least heat, it's still... yeah, they still burn up, so. And this is a autocannon, so I actually want to get as far away from it as I can, or I want someone else to take it out before. Well, we're still doing a shotgun attack. Well, yeah, the shotgun attack is definitely not going to finish the... Definitely not going to finish the job, so... We're not anywhere remotely close to optimal range, so I think best option here is just to move up a little bit. Try and hit his... Oh. Not really going to be all that helpful. So maybe my better option is to ignore that and instead get myself in position for round 2. Nuts. I was really hoping that would be a lot more effective than it really was. Okay, so I'm going to do something a little unconventional with Foxtrot. I'm actually going to move him over to the side here. Now, I think the rifle's not going to be too helpful. It's got too much range on it. But at least my short range work can contribute something. So this is partly damage mitigation. One thing I could try is just to see where You know, if I wanted to do a long range attack, you know, maybe I could try something like, well, couldn't hurt. It's all extra damage, so so now I want to see whether or not I'm able to contribute anything. Yeah. So in the end, I have a bit of a dilemma in terms of how the melee unit's going to be able to handle this. It's an autocannon, so it's miserable. If I dash, they burn up. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to move back like this. Actually, okay. Ah, nice. Okay. This isn't quite as bad as I thought. So the idea is I walk it. Okay, actually, here's the question. How long do I need to wait before I can dash out? But then that invites the question, if I can walk it off like that, then why don't I just come in for another melee? That's probably going to cause him to crash and just generally have a bad day. So yeah, here's my alternative. I'm just going to walk off to the other part of the map where I can get up to some more trouble. All right, so does that cover everyone? You can use the F. Nope, I still have a job for the marksman. Oh, and I haven't figured out what I want to do with my bruiser. Sorry, shield maiden. So it's possible I could be leaving that thing still active. I think that's the one that wants to do me harm. Yeah. Question is, can I be effect? No, I really can't. Surprise! And now the marksman. Oh, that's right. I was havering about how to handle their moves. The day of universal 6-hour repairs on mechs is going to end and systems going to shed a tear. I mean, for the most part, I mean, I've been putting the mech in for 6 hours for some fairly light damage, so I think... I don't know. I think I wouldn't do too badly under a new system, but we'll see. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to just get up on the... Yeah, I mean, it's my marksman, right? I probably should put them up on the hill. So we'll wait until the hate barrage is done. Oh, but they want a second round. Okay. All right, that's fair. I'll tuck him away then. As a wargamer, I do respect the constant I choose violence. Well, like, I don't know. It's this... I pretty much always have the feeling that... like, eliminating opponents is the best form of damage mitigation. And more importantly, in this game, like, you're in mechs, right? They're walking tanks, so they are kind of designed to take a bit of a beating. It's really just a question in terms of how, you know, how much you're willing to take on. And I've definitely learned, like, we didn't actually lose the sword when my Sleipnir had its arm shot off. So the consequences for losing individual parts is not actually that high. But anyways, I do kind of want to see how this turns out. So yeah, well, that guy's done. All right, that did nothing. These guys just poop themselves. Oh, he's still up and running, though. Yeah, physics doesn't work that way. Apparently this won't cause... It says this won't cause a collision, though. I'll take their word for it, but I feel a little doubtful. Yeah, I'll have to live with greater height. Death is the best crowd control. You played way too much XCOM, so you enjoy blocking shots with... Yeah, and it's... again, I'm really interested when artillery comes into this game, because I think it's going to render all of those strategies completely irrelevant. Which I'm kind of looking forward to. It's nice to have a game sort of sass you. Okay, so I can get a little bit of distance. You know what? Here's the way I'm going to handle this. Just gonna kite them with my pistol for a little bit while they've already taken damage, so they're, you know, there's nothing to be done in terms of avoiding that. And then what I'll just do is I'll walk over to position. So again, we'll sort of hit them with the pea shooter while the melee unit kind of creeps up. I mean, one of the things I could try and do to just ruin their day is one of those. Oh, actually, that might work pretty well. So put up the shield on them. Then we just kind of close down the distance until... Yeah, we got to figure... Well, this guy may not still be standing by the end. And then I think I have a sniper that's due to make an appearance. So that thing's brand new. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move my sniper into position, marksman into position. And I would actually really prefer a clean shot, so... Nonsense, that's 43% effective. What do you mean it's 43% effective? Yeah. And we'll close the distance a little bit. The big reason for doing this is that it's possible this guy may still be standing, at which point I use my short-range weapon, or I just get another clear shot on the bad guy. So all the action's going to be happening around here. Got to frame it up properly. Glorious, Mad King Brutus. I'm glad it's looking up for you. So I do want to see what happens here. All right, that wasn't enough to That wasn't enough to take him out as far as the wheels are concerned. This guy's still standing, I think. Oh! Oh, now he's down. Cool. So, as anticipated, this is the only one standing. It should... The one attack should be enough, but... You go hide behind your mountain. And in addition to the mountain, you get the you get full shield protection against the big scary tank. All right. This is a completely unnecessary melee attack. All right, again, another fun one. I wonder how much damage we took on that. 484, so duration 25 seconds, inflicted 5,309 damage, 83 actions planned, almost a kilometer distance traveled, 7 units destroyed, and 277 supplies on site. We've only got a Nox Heavy off of the fellow we took down. It's a bit of a shame. That shotgun definitely gave me pause. Oh no, this one's still... way to go. Well, it's a level 2 shotgun, so this is probably going to wind up being disappointing. An excellent gyro, so we might have some bits to swap out. Oh, looks like you still have some work then. And it looks like there's another heavy sword, so we will set up for salvage, and we are going to do some repairs. Obviously, the Behemoth and the Lance didn't exactly need... Like, they didn't need a ton of repair, but it's not like there's... I don't know, there's not a huge cost to getting it done. I'm already doing the salvage. I'm a little curious about Unit 391 and 316. So we've got, like, the Hermes right now is the assault rifle and medium handgun. So this is level 4.1. Unit 36... Oh, no, they're both... No, Unit 391 is a level 4. So actually, let's take a quick look at what this thing's packing. So it's got a... Erebus medium... Standard assault rifle. Okay. I am eventually going to be messing around with these, but this gives me something to do with my scrap. The 18th, right? Okay, so I like this game a lot. It's funny to see so many tanks because they feel very different. It almost feels like picking on the little guys a little bit. But what I think we're going to do, depending on what happens with that convoy, we're going to go take the barracks and the outpost, and then we'll move into the new region. Oh, right, this is 2 convoys. That'll be interesting. You know, the way it's going, I think I'm actually going to head to the barracks and the outpost. Because I have a feeling there's going to be a pretty steady stream of convoys. Good question, King Brutus. Alright, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. This is partly just because I'd like to see... I have a feeling this will be a bit better defended as far as troops. Now, I did completely forget to play with the new toys. So we've got a Behemoth is 3/7, Lance is 4... Okay, so the Sleipnir is the lower level. So new torsos. The Arrow M... I guess it's the same story, but again, I'm a little uncomfortable with the reduced heat capacity. So I think we're going to be sitting on this part for a while. We have an excellent capacitor, so I don't think there's any changes to be made there. We've got the stance... Yeah, so unless I'm equipping it with another weapon, I don't see any reason to change that. So we do have the line. So basically it's a reduction in range and base damage. And the cut, very substantial reduction in base damage. Improvement in range, lower concussive damage, better heat. But I kind of feel like we already solved that by equipping him with the short one. Yeah, these don't spark joy. And I have the... yeah, sadly, speed is kind of the essence on these guys, so... Speed and heat, basically. Yeah, so we're about as good as we're gonna get on this unit, I think. Okay, so now we'll take the 3.6 Lance. There might be a couple of improvements that we can run with in here. So will I finally give up the Nox Heavy for the arrow? I mean, it's cool to have the barrier, but that looks like an overall reduction of 3. Well, okay, so the small argument in favor for the arrow is the fact that I'm usually going to have a big shield up, and so I don't actually need that heavy of a torso. Heat dissipation's nice because the shotgun's back in action a little bit sooner. I'm not quite sold on it as an improvement though, so I think I'm gonna stick with what I know. I am interested in seeing if we can get any better shields up. So yeah, these are pretty heavy yeah, so I mean, this is the interesting thing about the barriers, right? Is that they're it's the idea that you're going to be able to recharge them between points where they get hit. It does really help with the mass, but movement isn't exactly this guy's big problem. There is a little bit of an argument for throwing one of these on the melee unit, except that again the idea of being able to slice and dice is too good. Okay, so we've got basic plating. Surely hollowed plating. Effectively the same because I have zero barrier. Yeah, that's doesn't do anything for me. Again, it's nice that it's a rare weapon, but I'm simply not convinced that this is actually a better gun for the lance. Arms, I don't see these doing much. I wonder if there's going to be some kind of a mechanic where you can like convert the trash items into something different. And lower body. I mean, it's interesting. It's nice heavy legs, but I'm not convinced that this unit really needs them. It'll just make them slower. Like this unit has never really been in risk of losing anything. So I think we're gonna stick with it. Okay. I don't think there's going to be that much for me to do for any of these other guys, but while we're at it, let's just make sure that our other folks don't have little extra improvements. So yeah, unless the level 4 arrow medium is going to do something different for me, I think it's fair to say we're not changing that. We've already kind of gone over the improved heatsink, I guess. I mean, the capacitor gives me the higher ceiling. I don't know. The dissipation, I think, is more. So here's the thing. I don't think here's my reasoning behind this. I don't think the capacitor is real. That 15 extra heat is really going to give me that second bullet that I want. I think a higher heat dissipation is going to shorten the distance between shots a lot faster, and that's kind of why I'm keeping that in place. Again, I don't really think I think the stuff we got was shield, so there shouldn't be anything that's really changed along these lines. We didn't get a better marksman rifle. Or offensive... Oh, yes, okay, so with that... So right now we've got a capacitor. What if I wanted to do a heatsink instead? Actually, here's another question. How much heat does the spark generate? 80. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch out the capacitor for a heatsink, active heatsink. Oh, actually, this is going to be an interesting test. So there's a power change. So currently this moves at 1824. By taking the active heatsink, which will be changing the power, goes to 1624. So yes, if you draw a lot of power, your mech moves slower. I'm fine with that because 18 on my marksman is a little ridiculous, and I think the ability to dissipate heat is going to be it's going to be the step that I really want. But okay, our Nox medium's about as good as we can get. Improved hydraulics. I don't think there's anything else I can really do with that. So we've got the heavy legs. If I go for Vidar legs, higher overall integrity, but also higher but better heat dissipation. So again, slow boy, but it's Samuel Head. Oh my God, you're right, Night Valiant. I wasn't even thinking. 2 more USB slots gone. I think it's time to replace my motherboard. I'm sorry to hear that, Brutos. Is it the sort of thing where you're going to be able to like get by until the repair goes through, or is this sort of, you've got it's on the last legs and you kind of need to get the thing going? I had that happen. I guess it was last year. It was obvious my video card was going. And I was really wanting to save for the next generation of RTXs, but you kind of need a video card for streaming. So I'm kind of lucky in that I have enough savings set aside. The way that I do stuff, so like I don't go on a plan for phones. In Canada, phone plans are ridiculously expensive. And so what I do is I outright buy my phone, and like I have sort of a savings set aside so that if I need to upgrade, like basically I plan out let's say, 3-4 years in advance in terms of when I'm going to need to upgrade some hardware. And I kind of save that money. And the idea is that if the computer's still working well, I don't necessarily have to replace anything. But the fact that I've kind of got that pot of money set aside, unless I have like a total system failure, what that does is that gives me, like, I already have the seeds planted. So if something does fail unexpectedly, one, I strike that vendor off the list. I have stuff that I will never buy, or I have vendors I'll never buy from again. But on top of that, I'm able to sort of cushion blows like that. But it sucks. Like, nobody likes having computer stuff fall down. Oh, no, that's right, Mad King Bruto. Sorry, I wasn't sure about healthcare. Yeah. I hope you're able to... I hope you're able to extend its life then. Sorry, I wasn't thinking when I asked that. Oh, we have an excellent reactor, so we can ridiculously boost our... Oh, but that made our overall level go down. But you know what? I'm still fine with that because it's the right call. Well, that's actually not entirely true. I could give it an improved gyro, and I bet it's going to move faster. Nope. Better reactor it is. Even if it would put me to level 4. Okay. I'm glad I spent the time working on this. I think the behemoth is going to get the behemoth is really going to get the lion's share of the well, it's obviously got the lion's share of the benefits, but like we're going to see the effects of that almost immediately, I think. Got a Nox M, so I could replace it with an Aero M. Difference in integrity, overall heat. Oh, that's right. I got to be careful. So the heat capacity is one thing I want to keep. I'm actually going to... I feel a little nervous doing this, but I am going to switch it out for the medium Aero. And the reason for that is, one, I need to stop getting scared of the barriers. But number two, I actually really like the idea of the similar heat dissipation story on my rifleman. So we currently have a multi-purpose right stabilizer. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. We've still been rocking the spark, but there's not a whole lot for me to really like. It's just a bunch of shields on the left-hand side. I really don't want. So I really don't want a heavy handgun. The distance is too far on those. Medium handguns. I think I'm already working with the best one. So 157 damage per second, hit damage 22.5. So 25.5, but it needs 6 shots. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh, because it takes twice as long to shoot. Yeah, that doesn't quite work for me. Yeah, these don't quite work. Still packing the standard assault rifle, and I really don't think we're going to see that much change. I suppose the one difference is... Oh no, he's already kind of a slow mover now, so... Okay, let's stick with assault rifles. I don't need to get too fancy with this guy, so... And honestly, we just haven't gotten that many assault rifles. That's actually not nearly as hard to think about as I was making it out to be. We currently have an improved heatsink. I could do... Nah, that's fine. We've already got the Vidar arms, so I don't need to worry too much about that. It's an active heatsink running on it, so I'm okay with that. Lower body, we're already sitting on the Nox mediums, nothing to change there, and excellent hydraulics, so nothing to change there. Okay, and away we go. I'm sorry to hear that, Mad King Brutal. I mean, I don't know how long. I know it's really frustrating to keep flogging you know, a computer part that's not really working out for you. I hope it doesn't come down to having to do a full replacement, but if it is, I hope you get it soon. Okay, so eliminate all the hostiles to take control of this military site. Incoming reinforcements detected. We got to get rid of these guys in 3 turns. It's actually kind of funny. The convoys have been the real threat. So we're going to approach this a little bit more like we did in the first patch. So a lot of this is going to be focused around how can I get the people who are under attack behind some buildings, and then second, how can I, you know, how can I take the people who are not currently under attack? How can I get them? How can they take advantage of the situation? So, for instance, here, one, this guy's already going to benefit from some. This guy's already going to benefit from some distance. So you just kind of sit and wait for the shots to stop. Yeah, I can't even wait that long. All right. We'll pop our head out. No. Still shy of where I want it to be, though. Actually, that looks fine. It'd be kind of nice to hit them as they're walking forward, I suppose. So maybe I can move myself a little bit further forward. Yeah, it's that little dip in the ground that really soils that, so, or spoils that. So... Whoa, what happened here? Okay. I mean, I guess the other alternative is I kind of go all the way. I refuse to believe it's actually that bad of a shot. What I'm going to do after the shot, I'm actually going to start walking. Yeah, I want to start walking towards the next bit of cover because they're going to be open for a sort of a retaliation. Now, next person who is on their naughty list. It's my melee unit. That's a little easier to deal with, though. I think we just sit behind that building. We wait a nice little period. Could actually afford to start walking a little sooner, but I don't. So the problem I have with this is that I still need to get close enough to actually do the damage. There's nothing about this move that suggests to me... Okay, so I'm going to table this guy's move first. I might actually just blast him away off to the side. Also, what are these guys packing? This is a... Oh, Jesus. Okay, I got a pair of sniper rifles, so I kind of need to take that seriously. So these guys are actually really good at long range. So, of course, in a perfect world, I would be, you know, leaping over buildings and just, you know, screaming at them with murderous rage in my eyes. But I think I need to be a big old scaredy cat, because if I actually try that... Well... Yeah, they can shoot over that. I guess... Maybe the best I could hope for... Well... Yeah, so if I try to do the dash, that's like a non-starter. So it'd have to be sort of something like this, I guess. And I kind of hope that... You know what? That might actually work. Ah, drat. I wonder if I can make that happen sooner. Nope. They are too protected. Okay, so, you know, yes, the best option is to actually... the best option really is to get those guys in close range, because their weaponry is useless once you get in close. But I actually do need to... I do actually need to get the job done. So I'm basically just going to walk up to the point where they get an optimal range, and then I'm just going to lay down as much fire as I can. This is maybe a little silly to stand on the... yeah. So I kind of have collision problems with that. Day's over, accidentally stepped on a cockroach, need someone to come oh, Jesus. Night Valian. What is it with everybody? What is it with everybody and their miseries today? I'm sorry. I hope you're all able to recover from these personal tragedies. I'm having a great time with this game, so I feel a little bad, you know. I'm feeling guilty about being happy. I hope you guys are at least able to enjoy the stream while the madness is happening around you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Okay. So the last thing I need to do is try and get... So here's one thing I am going to try, which is to scream ahead. If I just do double dashes, what does that get me? 1. Nice. Okay, that's exactly what I want that to do. Okay, so I can get away with 3. I'm still sort of in danger afterwards, but... Oh, and looks like I didn't plan properly. Jesus. So I think they're just gonna have to march in. I mean, it's not the end of the world because at a certain point they're gonna. Actually, you know what? Let's just get the party started. It's a long range attack, but it's probably better that I just get the party started. Oh, actually, hang on. There is another approach I can take here. So I don't actually need to dash at that point. I can just walk like a normal human being. Then dash. Oh, but then I don't get to shotgun, so. I hope that doesn't generate too much heat. Is imperative. Oh, sorry. I guess the Canadian genes. It's imperative that a Canadian must make people happy and apologize every 23.5 seconds. Listen, we're middle power. It's our we need to mind our manners and make sure that make sure our larger neighbors don't crush us. I like Canada. Okay, so that was totally unnecessary, but we had the same problem with the marksman. They just shot into the wall, but did we do any okay, not super serious damage. Now this is the thing, the most important thing I can be remembering right now is that there's nothing they can do to us. Like we just sit there and we laugh when they try to shoot. Because the effectiveness is going to be utterly atrocious. So at this point, it's just a matter of keeping them in the crosshairs and letting it rip. Okay, too zealous. All right, so these guys hate me. I mean, one thing I could try is, yeah, we generate some heat, but I'm pretty sure I can just walk through the side of the building. All of a sudden, things aren't so frightening anymore. I'm too close to the... All right. Gotta be a little thoughtful about how I handle that, though. Drat. Okay, so if I did that, what does it look like? I'm not really comfortable with the... So again, I want him shooting the side of the building, and then I kind of want to walk back and be like, hey, remember me? And hopefully that doesn't cause too many problems for the marksman. If anything, the marksman probably is underutilized in this turn. Get him on a nice perch. The angle's not quite where I need it. I'm pretty sure they're allowed to dash. Ah, because there was a move before it. All right, so we're like right up to the edge on this spot. Let's see if we're able to. It's a wishful angle for sure. Okay, so what if I just walk? Like, if I say enough of this nonsense, Oh, I can't walk. Okay, I'm stuck on that thing as soon as I am. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, then I burn up, so. You know what? I can safely just wait the turnout. I don't need to get too clever about that. So I'll be honest with you. I'm really not convinced that this is gonna actually do what I want it to. But I can dream. And then my melee friend. Yeah, they're also close to the hazards. So the best I can hope for here is a very slick looking move over here. That's gonna arrive right in time for the shotgun attack, which I'm not crazy about. And given the fact, so what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna hit him with the sword. So I'm moving up, and what I actually want to do here is hit their friend, because the sword should do a pretty respectable amount. So let's see the magic happen. Oh, that was amazing. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the reinforcements on this turn. But you can see there's going to be a tank, two tanks, 2 mechs. And if we can get ourselves in a good position afterwards, yeah, that was good. The one thing I missed out on was whether or not there was any, whether or not the sniper rifle hit. I don't actually see. So, like, this damage was, I think, from our original hit. I don't actually see any marks before. Oh yeah, that guy's just done. Alright, I'm generating a bit of heat, unfortunately. Okay, so first things first, I gotta get my sniper in a... Actually, you know what? It's a bold move because, like, what do I do if they decide to target them? But it's, I mean, it's not a bad place to be. Okay, I want to see how close I can... Yeah. So basically, the rest of the turn is all about the cooldown. Because if I need to make a speedy escape, I want to basically be behind this building if things go bad. This turn, I think I'm just going to move my melee. Oh, interesting. Okay. So they're going to try and hit my melee unit in the back. I'm going to ignore the attack, and I'm basically going to prep for when these guys arrive. As a precaution, okay, this isn't so bad. I'll get myself into position. It does mean I'm kind of out of commission for the majority of the fight, though. I guess I can finish the work here. I think now is a good time to experiment with something too. So I'm going to put the shield up and I'm going to say, lol, deal with this. Oh. That's fine, but I got to wait for the sniper shot first. Yeah, once the marksman shot's done, then I can be a bully. Well, okay, actually there's two parts to that. So one, get in close, wait for the shots. And I dodge the friendly fire. Cool. Let's see how that looks. So it looks like Tango got that just as tough as the oh yeah, they're totally out of commission. I mean the good news is it did save Kilo from an attack. Now, one thing I didn't really think about was what kind of... Okay, so this is a cannon. This is actually a good thing for me to be up against. Oh, this is gonna be good. Alright, so we actually get 2 for 1. And sadly, physics doesn't work like that, so I have to walk it off. Do I get my big move? I mean, it says height a different direction. Now, I'm gonna do this right, so... Whee! Yeah, basically we just sit here and we make sushi. This is 100% something we're going to be doing on slow motion. This guy's still sadly up and running, which makes me a bit sad. They're going to... So Tango's recovering. Okay, so we get the shot off. Yeah, I'm actually just going to stand still for that. So does anybody hate my sniper? Yes, they really hate my sniper. Well, not really hate my sniper, but that is a heavy shotgun. Yeah, so that's not something I want to be messing around with. Flak cannon. What kind of range is that thing? 42 to 60. This shotgun is 15 to 27, so like this is the absolute last place I want this unit right now. So goodbye. Zip, zip. Actually, this is going to be the funny part. Yeah, so this is hopefully a prelude to using my marksman skills on them. So then the remaining question is, what do I want to do with my assault rifle? Yeah, so it's 2 sets of attacks that are coming through there. The thing that makes me a little uncomfortable is that if this successfully blocks the tank's attacks, then I think it also successfully blocks mine. But it's one I'm sort of willing to risk. I wonder if I can get away with 3. It's looking dangerously high. Especially for something that may not actually hit at all. I think we're just gonna let that be. If nothing else, we're largely in a safe position. We could be better off for positioning next round, but obviously there's one thing that we really want to see, and this is 100% a round that we put on super slow-mo. It is customary to say wrong neighborhood just before delivering the... Okay, so we took some damage off of that, but the tank definitely got the worst of it. So they're going to be walking for a bit. This guy's right arm's done, so they're going to be ejecting, assuming that we don't completely wipe them out this round. Yeah, it looks like we're just demolishing the building to no avail. Okay, hit him in the rechargeable bits. I was hoping to see the tank. Okay, yeah, a little overkill on that guy, but fair enough. And then we still have a primary melee attack to have happen on this guy. Again, I'm really milking this. Oh, looks like the other batch of attacks. Okay, so we did a little chip damage. This building is not gonna survive, so... Oh, I'm heading the wrong way. Okay, so I'm actually gonna wind up taking... Alright, that burns me up. So, my best option here is to... Oof. So flat cannon, yeah, actually closing the distance, or sorry, expanding the distance isn't the right call for me. So yeah, the idea here is I want to try and get as close as I can, and then just after the cooldown, hit him again. Yeah, it's a pretty close one. I mean, we're still gonna take damage out of it, but if it's a trivial amount, I'm not gonna panic. I'm a little mad that I went overkill on that unit, because that probably would have been some decent scrap, but. Foxtrot's looking okay. The barrier's still holding. Now, it looks like nobody really wants to do anything to my marksman. So, my hope is... it's just shy of where I want it. You know what? It's too good of an opportunity to pass up. Man, those heat sinks make all the difference. I wonder if I can get a pop off on the tank too. Not really at an optimal range, but oh no, that's too hot. Okay, well, I have options, so... Right, so basically everybody, it looks like everybody hates this guy, so let's just zip him. We'll zip him to cover. And then I guess afterwards we move him. This is going to be a little trickier to manage. It's just, again, because of the assault rifle. Well, you know what? That might work. Yep, they move exactly where I need them to make that effective. And we do have a free move with the... Ah, okay. That's pretty easy then. So I'm going to stick up my shield. So I think the building will kind of take the most of this. The idea is take the time to get into position. Actually, that's probably too close. And then when the tank peeks around, we give him a nice welcome. Oh, I didn't even think of the second shot. Okay. I mean, that cover is kind of flimsy. It's what I got. I wonder if there's an alternative, though. So maybe if I slip around the side here. Now that's an interesting possibility. So let's say I do one of these. Okay, so I walk around the edge of the building. Nothing really touches. Well, the tail end sort of touches me. But the problem with the whole approach is if I do this... Well, you know what? It's no worse than what they're hitting me with. So... Just got to make sure I'm doing it to the right unit. So in theory, I might be able to get another shotgun attack off, but I think for the duration of it, they're hiding. Although in theory, I could do one of these. Ooh. That's gonna look tasty. All right. This is definitely going to be one that I do another slow-mo for, because there's a lot that's going on. But I think in this case, my shield bearer is going to be the one that's making the big plays. Out of curiosity, are the quality options still holding strong? I haven't dropped any frames. I notice it does sometimes drop below 60, but I don't know if that's all that noticeable for you good folks. So again, I'm going on super slow-mo just so I can see... Oh, actually, I do want to see what's going on. Yeah, it's like they didn't even get touched. Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't notice the heat. All right, that's not so good. That was, I think, an attack of opportunity more than anything, but it did something. wonder how I misjudged the heat so badly. I normally think I'm a bit better than that. Okay, does that actually do anything? Nice! Okay, tanks down. We're gonna turn our attention towards the heavy shotgunner. So the tank isn't a threat. Kilo definitely took more damage than I wanted, but I almost missed that last shot. God, that looks so stylish. They're they have nothing to say of this. This is just misery. So we're probably going to need to figure out what we want to do with Cannon Bro over here. So they are going to attack my shield bearer. This unit's just going to throw up their shield and say, stop! Yeah, and the shield quite sensibly is focused on my melee unit. Amusingly enough. Oh, really? I'm just gonna be a big old jerk and wait for that shield to come down. So at the 4-second mark, then then it's party time. Beautiful. So, the way I see this working, maybe let's take a minute and see what our friend over here is going to do. Okay, so they hate my assault rifleman. So I'm going to have my shield bearer kind of sneak up behind them. And while Tango is in fact Joan Watson, I prefer to imagine that as my shield bearer is sneaking up behind the trooper with the heavy shotgun, all the while Tango is saying tee hee. You can adjust the cannon however you like. But yeah, so what we're going to do, the majority of this is going to be movement because the shotgun's just simply not going to be that effective for the majority of this move. It might be effective here. But what I get to do is I say, okay, are there any points where they're shooting at me? Yes. Oh, they're shooting at me right around the time that I want to be... Nope, we're still good. So on the odd chance that the melee doesn't help, we're good there. Drat. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way and walk. And we should have a very nice little line of sight. Oh, okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I might be walking into enemy fire. Is that really that bad of a shot? I don't think that's true. Although I might still be shooting through a building, so... Okay, so the remaining step is to try and dodge the flak if I can. So dash and move. Yeah, so building gets the worst of it. And then if I can, step back and let her rip. We're gonna have to watch this unfold at a distance, I think. Well, no, actually, now that I think of it, we start with the melee attack. We go see how this plays out, and then at the very end, we return for the the final delivery. So. He's getting ready to get into position. This should have already hit the wall. I wound up burning up again. And that didn't seem to do any damage. I don't know what was going on there. Okay, I severely misjudged when that attack was going to be happening. So we still have the shield up, ready to catch it. My ally catches the sniper shot beautifully. Stop, stop, for the love of God! Oh, this was a mistake! Oh, that's a beauty. I'm assuming he is going to be ejecting. I don't actually want to cause a collision with the other guy, so I'm gonna take the long way around here. Hopefully that doesn't burn me up like, yeah, there's no way that would cause that problem. Okay, so, there is a bit of a it looks like nope, I'm okay for heat. But it does look like that tank wants to cause trouble right away. So, I suppose my second best is to dash behind the building as soon as possible. I can keep delivering pain on this side of the map. Yeah, so he's circling around for the duration. But he does wind up attacking me, so I am going to set up the shield to catch that. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with a... Well, I can try. Oh, just in time. It'll have to do. And then I suppose afterwards we come back for round 2. Assuming that's necessary. I might just be denying myself a bunch of tasty scrap doing that. I suppose as a precaution, because it doesn't look like this guy's oh no, he still hates me, so... I think my sniper's just gonna stay put. Okay, right arm's down. Huh. He's still ready for an attack. Oh, that's right, because he's got a small weapon. So again, we catch it on the shield. I don't think I can afford another attack like that. Yeah, I gotta wait. I mean, it's the same routine, right? We just kind of stand and wait. There's no reason to move anybody because we've kind of got perfect coverage of this guy. All right, this pilot's ejecting, so that's fine. And I don't know if the melee unit feels out of sorts. We can bring him in closer. Get my sniper on a nice big... Oh yeah, actually, this is just so I can say I can. Oh, really? I'm totally getting this. Okay, my mission now is to find a way to get my, my sniper on that. Hey, that's great news, Mad King Brutos. You know how I expect you to spend that time. Playing this game. Okay. I'm actually going to try second best. No, that's stupid, because then I'm not going to be able to use my sniper rifle. I don't think I have the range to... Yeah. Second best. Not even remotely in the range that I need, but we've got where we need to go. Could even get a third. Is it your earphones that keep bugging? I've been having some problems with my mic lately, so... But actually, do you mind if I ask, Mad King Brutos, I've noticed a sudden drop in viewership, which is fine, but I'm curious if the quality options are still there. Oh, guy's still standing. Oh, left arm's down, though, so he's just going to eject. All right, now you're kind of stuck up there, seeing as you're, you're running a bit hot, my friend, so... Oh, right. I didn't actually do the wait for the proper duration. Oh, so close. We might still be able to make it happen. Maybe we just need a little more of an angle. Okay, so if we go as close as possible. Yeah, doesn't work there. And that falls outside the range. Okay. No need to make this any more than it is. They're just going to eject, so we'll. Okay, just bear with me a second here, guys. I'm a little paranoid right now. That was a good. It's actually been a while since I've had to do a proper base mission where you're kind of contending with mechs a little bit more than tanks. So it's a nice little reminder of the game, the game as I'm a little more familiar. I think I'm just gonna get hit with a bunch of audio all of a sudden. Okay, cool. Just had a couple of frame rate issues I wanted to try and deal with. So that was a 45-second battle, 702 damage taken. Probably most of that was overheating and friendly fire. 6,014 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 122 actions planned, 1.5 kilometers traveled. 4 enemy units destroyed, 200 supplies detected on site. Here's a loot breakdown. So we've got a medium handgun, body parts, more body parts. Ooh, an excellent reactor. That'll be helpful. We got the heavy shotgun, so that might be helpful. We'll have to see. The stabilizer. The Pilgrim. Oh no, but that's the handgun, that's not the shotgun. Maybe. We'll have to see after we pick up the scrap. So you can dispatch a salvage team to this site and recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. And as usual... Oh wow, we only have two mechs to repair. Of course, it's the one that would wind up with a shotgun, so that's a little disappointing, but... So I thought we owned this. I'm a little curious why it's flashing red. Oh, probably just related to a scanner message. We may have to wind up taking out this convoy just because it's so easy to get, which will mean probably more tanks. Oh, right, that's 2 convoys. I feel like I messed something up here. I hope I didn't cancel a task. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just weird because red is always associated with like enemy units, so there we go. So I don't think we have to take on the 2 convoys at once, but it is going to be interesting as to whether or not it forces the fight for me. So we'll suit up as usual. Oddly, we're still below fatigue. Although I think by the end of this one we're gonna have some tired pilots, which is actually going to be a problem when we move into the fresh new district. I don't know. We'll have to see. So it seems to me that the Lance is the one that I want to be focusing on right now, specifically for the right item. Also, welcome 0501. I appreciate you stopping by again. Okay, so got the semi-heavy shotgun. Again, I don't really like this because it's... I'm not really sure why this is an improvement. It's got a nice big number, but like the damage per second is down 60. It takes longer to fire. It's got a shorter range. It takes more shots. You know, it doesn't really work for me. Got the flak cannon. Oh man, if I didn't like that one. Where's that other shotgun that I got? Ah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's a common version of the same one I'm packing, but it has all the things I don't really like. Oop, that is a sniper rifle. You know, shorter range, longer interval, lower damage in the volleys. I really should just be focusing on the new items. Okay, so upper body, a Nox medium to a Nox heavy. I don't know, this is the one that I've really been havering on, because right now most of the encounters we haven't been... Like, the greatest enemy I've had so far has been my own team, but I think we'll keep it as it is. A left stabilizer on a shield, no thank you. Medium handgun I can live without. We already did the comparison of right-hand items. If I wanted, I could put a Nox heavy on. That's going to make me slower and have less heat dissipation. If I put a Nox light, curiously enough, it will increase the mass, but better heat dissipation. Alright, that's good to know. I'm definitely going to keep that. We've got the scatter left stabilizer, again, not interesting. And we've got the light legs, almost certainly not worth it. Okay, so the Lance has been looked at. I'm pretty sure the rest of the crew is going to... I think it's going to be a very similar story for the rest of them. So the Behemoth is 3.9, Lance is 3.6. Okay, so we'll see about the Sleipnir. It's, I mean, with this guy, we have even fewer options when it really comes down to it. Yeah, this body's just too good. This was the... So... Yeah, capacitor's unquestionably better. We didn't get any melee items, so there's no point in looking at that. Currently have a Nox light, and as far as I'm concerned, we want this thing... Basically, we want to boost its power, or we want to lower its weight. Everything else is sort of secondary, so... Would you ever like to see screen? Oh yeah, I'd love to, Mad King Brutos. I mean, that's part of why this game's fun, right? It just looks so good. So you wanna share stuff. How are you liking it so far? I mean, it's obviously it's great to have you supporting Brace Yourself Games. But what matters is not just that you supported them, but that you enjoy the game that you got. Okay, we did get a new medium handgun, which is a higher level. Let's see here. Okay, so we'd lose... See, this is the sort of thing I might be willing to switch out for. Fewer overall shots, slightly increased range. It's like the DPS is a little bit lower, but a higher damage in the volley. So yes, we are going to switch out the sidearm. But I am still going to keep the marksman rifle. Oh, wonderful! Yeah, I'm really glad that everybody's liking the game. Okay, arms. Again, it's Nox M for a Nox Heavy. I guess it's consistent with the kind of the order of heat dissipation, but I don't know, like half, or like 0.7. Like, just to give up so much weight for like not even a full point of heat dissipation, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And we've already got our badass legs. We're not changing those. So I guess the last one is Hermes. Hermes is about as close to sort of a generic mech as I've got, but they're actually really solid. So no point in changing out the arrow. We already know we're going to like that. I don't think there were any particularly interesting assault rifles that we got here, so unless the arm... The right arm is definitely not going to be... The Vidar H is exactly what I need for heat dissipation. What about the left arm, though? That's a Nox Heavy... Yeah, this is really good at dissipating heat, so... I should have seen if somebody could have used a reactor. I wasn't thinking about that. Let's just take a quick second here. So 1697, 1233. So Hermes is yeah. The one that was originally designed to be so fast is now my slowest mech, and I've named it. Oh Jesus! This is what I get for using Greek gods as names. Well, they're not all Greek gods. There's actually only one Greek god. 1362. Yeah, the winged messenger is the slowest of my crew. Ah, well. So if anybody needs the power, it's him. All right, well, that was a bit of a waste of time, but let's deploy. Yes, it's clearly intentional. You finally got the game? Oh, great. I'm assuming you guys are probably making... oh, what a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to this site, so let's get this over with. I'm assuming you guys are probably... Hey, this is a little bit like the first encounter with a bunch of tanks we had, although there's not nearly as many as the first time we got swarmed, so this should be pretty straightforward, I think. I'm assuming you guys are probably making faster progress with me. I'm noting that like we're already past the time that I would normally be finishing the stream, but it's really hard. Like games like this, and so this year probably the two under revealed preferences in terms of it's not like there's a lot of when I say I enjoy a game on stream, I really do mean it. There has only ever been one game where I was given a key and ultimately did not broadcast the game. And it was just because it really wound up being not a very good fit. So, you know, the games that I play really are ones that I feel some kind of affinity for. But I have noticed this year there are 2 games that just under revealed preferences are ones that have really gone above and beyond, because it's so hard for me to, to like properly finish the stream on time with them. And that was Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, where like I would go in planning to do just like a regular stream, and then all of a sudden 8 hours have passed and I'm still streaming it. And then Phantom Brigade. Now, Phantom Brigade, I haven't had an 8-hour monstrosity yet. But, yeah, it was, this game is really hard for me to put down. Like, it's not surprising to some of you because I like games like XCOM so much. But, it's definitely a lot of fun when you run into a game that's special enough that you really can't put the thing down. Okay, so what I'm thinking of here, I basically got 1 second to move my tail. Okay, so actually here's a better question. Is anybody attacking my melee unit from the right-hand side? No, it's all coming from the left. So, I'm going to dedicate my melee unit to munching some tanks on this side. Who's being attacked from the right? Okay. So pretty obvious choice for my marksman. Oh, no, maybe not so obvious choice for my marksman. Foxtrot has a pretty clear job, though. So get out of dodge and then just help your friends. I kind of got to just shoot at the closest thing that comes by. Actually, you know what? Let me be more careful about that. So who are they actually attacking? They are going after the marksman. Okay. That actually gives me some ideas. I'm going to try and sort of maximize the damage output rather than try to get too clever. Having an HMG mech with a cooling speed of 47.3, the amount of firepower it can lay down in a turn makes you giggle. Yeah, I really don't appreciate heavy machine guns as much as I should. So like looking at what these guys do, it's just because it takes such a long time to run. And because it runs so hot, it like, to me, it takes away a lot of those advantages of like being able to run behind cover really quick and details like that, which is why I tend not to use them as much. But obviously, like imagine I had a gunner like in this area, and everybody's, I don't know, maybe coming in to charge at me or something like that. You just sit, hold down the trigger and watch and laugh. 9.80. Oh my god. Yeah. So that was the Behemoth was originally basically, what is the highest amount of what's the highest amount of integrity that I can put on a mech? And the problem is that it was absolutely useless because I just simply couldn't get anything done with it. Okay, so if I walk to where I need to be, I'll feel a lot more comfortable if I'm... Okay, that works for me. I'm not, like, immune to damage here, but I do get to start... I do get to start doing my special thing. just going to move him. Actually, you know what? I can dodge the damage completely. Oh, maybe I can't. No, they're shooting through a house. So we move. That's probably one of those real cannons, isn't it? No, it's an autocannon. Get out of here. I'm not running from that. Although there's, okay, oddly enough, never mind. I'm a liar. I'm actually going to move because there are better attacks that I can do. Okay. So those are kind of two of my main guys that have just been accounted for. So suppose the good news here is that this unit can sort of... Okay, actually, yeah. So I don't want to throw down the shield and just ruin their day. One, because the enemy's currently shooting into a mountain. And two, I am actually relying on these things being in position for when my own guys start throwing weapons. You know what? It might actually just be the case that... Okay, so we close the distance. Whack him once. Again, game reminding me that physics does not work the way I would like it to. Holy smokes, I can actually get away with that? Yeah, thought on. What's the maximum range on that thing again? 66? Yeah, so I kind of take a little bit of damage off of that in the end, but I don't know, it's just a more interesting set of moves. So honestly, at this point, I think I just need to sit in place. Put up my shield when the bad guys are looking at me. And when they get in range, Okay, that complicates things a little bit. So yeah, some of my guys are going to take damage, but I think the worst of it we're going to avoid. Okay, so mostly barriers. So I'm going to keep... The funny thing about these machine gunners is that they're kind of kittens right now because they're just shooting through the mountains. So I can use that to my advantage. So we're going to move... actually, for starters... Yeah, so there are people that target her, but let's see if we can make something interesting happen here. So stand and deliver, and we'll try and get a little distance. Okay, so there is a chance that that is actually going to land, so let's be a bit cautious. It doesn't stop me from firing another shotgun. Ah, yes it does. At this point, I just want to shoot stuff. You have a heavy sword, heavy HG mech for a speed of 20.9. Oh yeah, so actually that's like the old design that I had for my Sleipnir. I don't think it ever got up to 20.94 though. Running almost purely barrier parts. Jesus. Yeah, I was actually going to say one thing that I definitely did not appreciate at the time was how effective barriers are. Okay, so how's the heat? Okay, we're actually doing okay for heat, so I feel like I should be... Okay, so I guess at this point I need to be thinking about who is inconvenient. So this guy's not much of a threat right now. I might want to be trying to put out fires somewhere else. So let's say we wait this one out, and I'm just gonna sneak him behind the hill. Now it looks like this guy wants to party too. Okay. So I gotta be a little more thoughtful about how I... Ha ha! It looks like that guy might actually still be in the crosshairs when the time comes. Sweet. Okay. My marksman. So again, if I can deliver misery, you know what? I am spending way too much attention on that one guy now. Unless he... Okay, well, he is fresh as a daisy, so... but that attack's not going to be worth anything. So, second best. We start munching... tanks on this side of the map. I do kind of wish there was something I could do in the interim, though. So maybe I can try one of these. This is gonna be when I hit my friend in the back. Okay, so we run it out. Ooh, that's a tight timeline. You know, at this point, I just gotta wing it. That may not even hit, but all right. I also want to make sure. Okay, so yeah, so double shotgun on this guy. You know, one's probably enough. It's like only one attack on this unit, so they're probably still going to be standing by the end of this. Notice how I've been completely ignoring the machine guns. Okay, so it seems like this guy doesn't like my melee unit, so I wonder if my melee unit can turn around and get revenge before anything too bad happens. Little bit of heat. I bet you I can avoid the worst of it. Oh, that's so close to working. You know what? There is no point in starting that attack. I have so much more I can gain from just seeing how the turn plays. Okay, again, we were not going to slow it down for anything because we just kind of want to see how this... Sorry, I thought you called that mana regen for a second, Mad King Brodos, and I was weirded out. Okay, so that's at least one tank down. Okay, so that guy got roughed up. So it looks like the machine guns did ultimately get a little bit of action. So I think the safest play for my that would have been so cool if it worked. Okay, whack him, but then I get hit in the back, so whack him. Go through the house. Yeah, actually, as silly as this is, I'm just gonna walk around the hill. Then I don't need to worry. Okay, so that is Kilo taken care of. Apparently they really want to crash into me. I don't actually want to crash into them, though, so I think I'm going to move back. I wonder if I still have enough heat to... Nope. So at least there I avoid the... So I guess we wind up kind of attacking each other at the same time, but I'm going to run on the assumption that the attack's going to be sufficient to take the guy out, so he won't be bearing the full brunt of that. This guy is fresh, so he is going to... Are you kidding me? All right. All right, now Foxtrot's in a little bit of an interesting position. So it makes sense for him to stay put here. Yeah, okay. So we stay put until the first attack is done. Actually, let's leave it there. Maybe then I start moving. He's probably going to get tagged by that. Oh, they're surrendering. That's kind of a dick move if I take them out. I feel like such a wuss running away from a tank like this, but I actually need Tango in the area to make that work. Now, okay, so hit there. I think at this point, I should be considering how I'm going to deal with the emergence of the machine gunners. Like we're actually going to have to deal with these guys at some point. So I'm sort of just tanking damage like that, but again, the rifle, the marksman is one of the ones that can sort of absorb that damage. So let's just make sure our folks are where I want them to be. Some of these are like passive running away rounds, but they can't all be blockbusters. Okay, so totally failed to connect there. I don't think we killed anything, so getting hit in the kneecaps. This guy's still alive and kicking. This guy's still severely inconveniencing me. I'm gonna move him up a little bit so that I can get Tango in place to deliver some justice. Yes, it's friendly fire, but that's life. Okay, actually, you know what? This works for me. They're attacking the wrong guy. This is just silly at this point, but... So I was actually thinking about dashing at the exact time that there was going to be an attack. Let's maybe reconsider that approach. Okay, that's something a little more helpful. You can. I haven't done it, but well, it gets me a little closer to the cover, I guess. I've kind of screwed my melee unit, I think. Okay, that's nonsense. There we go. But there isn't too much else that's kind of coming after them, so we'll... At the very least, we should be able to mop this guy up. And then we'll start moving to the hill. Okay, so I know what I'm doing with my sniper. Unless I can get a second shotgun off right away. Yeah, not happening. Oh, really? Drop the shield. Ooh. Living dangerously. Okay. So I feel more threatened by the tank than the machine gun right now. But just in case we don't finish the job. This guy is still pissing me off. As is this guy. Yeah, you're talking about this guy? You just said it was amazing you had your HMG. Oh, no, sorry, you're talking about your own game. Okay, so let's see if anything's targeting... Yes, they are still targeting my melee. So I can live with that. Again, we just wait out the danger. As much as we can, at least. So we'll do a dash to cover the ground as quickly as possible. Actually, you know what? 2 dashes. I think my hope is going to be that something else solves the problem. Okay. Done, 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 done. Still alive. Still alive and actually has not taken that much damage, so... This is the point Tango says, you want something done? Okay, so we walk, we shotgun. Oh, so that is targeting me, but it's like super close range, so... Now, I think there are slightly more productive things I can be doing with Foxtrot right now, so let's just take them. Now, my marksman. Might be better for me to actually... Even if I'm on lower ground. Oh, they're moving forward. Yes, come to me, please. I love you for it. Just as many of those beautiful long-range shots as you can, my good man. Oh, he's surrendering. Okay, do I have anybody trying to... Yeah. No war crimes, please. With that in mind, then, I'm going to try and zip him up. So there's a reason why I bring assault rifles, which is the mobility that comes as part of the... I'm going to be shooting into the side of a mountain, I bet. But yeah, the fact that I can run while shooting is a bit of a perk. Did I actually ignore this? Good God, I'm an idiot. All right. Once more with feeling. Can I thread the needle? Oh, God bless you. Completely unnecessary, though. This is a tough one. It's on lower ground. I don't actually think I'm going to be able to do all that much. But the game says I can, so... Okay, so run through, keep shooting at him. Yep. This one? Oh, right. That's because it's... I'd specifically given him a new set of orders because he was surrendering. I think what happened was I was looking at this guy. Yeah, sorry, that's the one that I was meaning to do. So right idea, wrong unit. Oh, I'm going on a hill. You know what? Sometimes walking is just... Walking the normal way is enough. Yeah, I really wish I could have done more with that guy, but... I'd prefer to have my sniper be a sniper. The one thing I'm a little worried about is friendly fire. I guess closer to the barrel is a little... It's not as scary. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna keep the melee unit in the foreground just so I can see what kind of damage they're taking. Oh cool, they dodged it completely. Alright. We got exactly what we needed. So, although I am still taking heat damage like an idiot. Okay, so, this is pretty straightforward from now on. It's really just a question in terms of how, you know, how quickly we can deliver on the damage. So here, I want to try and get I want to get them in the circle as quickly as possible because they are going to start shooting their... They are going to start shooting their gun. I wonder if I can get 2 primary strikes in. Not without burning up, so we'll do our good old-fashioned 1-2. And I'm going to make sure that on the weight I'm pointing... they're not going to let me do that, are they? So what I'm trying to do is point my unit... Yeah, I'm trying to point my unit so that the back isn't facing them for the heavy machine gun, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Okay, I guess they're starting their turn with a... Oh no, we've got a little time, so I could just dash to the side. Laugh at them for shooting into a mountain. And then we bring our other comrade in. It's a little overzealous, but I like where his head's at. So I'll wait it out and then try and get a little bit of distance just so I can get a slightly better slightly better percentage. Yeah, I'll let that run on its own. At this point here, we need to cool off, and we can just run... Actually, we can basically just run straight into the valley, and if they want to try and machine gun us, we'll throw the shield up next round. Oof. Wasn't planning on that. That was a thing of beauty in the background there. They're just picking themselves. Okay, I gotta wait on it a little bit. Could try getting myself in a better position. I don't think, yeah, it'd be so awesome if I could get another one of those in, but I'll walk it off and get ready for round 3. Okay. So I'm making a guess here that they're not gonna, the machine gun's not gonna be able to hit. I think that's a reasonably safe guess, but we don't know for sure. And then the rest of this is just trying to get myself in position for revenge. You can send it really wherever you'd like. If you feel more comfortable on Twitter, you can go nuts with that. But I also know that you really only got Twitter to make me happy. So, you know, I don't want to... You know, if you want, you can also put it on the Discord. I pretty much, like, just because I don't say stuff on it doesn't mean that I don't use it. So that's anything you guys post in there, I'll respond to. I wonder if I'm gonna hit my own guys. Yeah. So I think the better approach is just to go from the hill. Yeah, it'll work. But yeah, anywhere you know where to get in touch with me, Mad King Brutus, I should be able to see it. Oh, such violence! That was amazing to see that guy wiped out. All right, so they want their revenge on my melee guy, so it's a fight for survival. Can I get away with a primary? If I can get away with a primary, I am a happy, happy man. Oh! Oh! Oh, this guy is in for a bad day. I think everybody else is just going to stand and watch. He's just striking a stylish pose. Wait, so there was only one attack and I burned up on that? Well, I'm hosed. Dude! Ow! Stop! Oh, please! No! I'm sorry! Dodge this. So obviously they would have surrendered with the loss of the arm, but... Alright, so that got a little clowny at the end, but... 45 seconds, 1,030 damage taken, 7,725 inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 120 actions planned, a little short of 1.5 kilometers traveled, 8 units destroyed, no parts, 296 supplies... looks like we've got a shield and a couple of Asgard heavies, Nox heavies and an Asgard. Totally destroyed tanks. Excellent hydraulics. Regenerator. There might be some things that I can use. Oh, another aero medium. That might be helpful. So, how many people? Yeah, everybody needs repairs after that one. Fair enough. And I'm curious how my pilots are looking. Oh, they're still minus 25. Cool. I am curious about this convoy, though. It's possible that... okay, it does not force us to engage. Although, presumably, they're going to start freaking out. Oh, one of our pilots up front call to you and tell you that they've gotten some intel on a group selling equipment nearby, if you fancy taking a look. Hello there. So yeah, it looks like basically when they get to the edge of your survey range, they get very confused about where they want to go. So yeah, I'm going well past the time that I would normally do this, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and clear out this convoy. I might visit the market, and if we can clear out the final outpost, that means that we're ready to go to the next region. Suit up. I will take a minute here to see... I'm not going to spend too much time. But... Okay, so it's a heavy Nox. Offensive subsystem, we've got the improved heat sink. Left item... nope. Right item... Nope. Right arm... Ah, now there's some possibilities here. Ah. Okay. I'm glad we did that. We'll probably find some minor improvements across the board. Again, it's a medium arrow, so I don't really see a whole lot. It's shields and light blades, so that's really only useful for the the usual suspects. Now, so the Vidar H versus the Arrow M. So, ooh, that's a weak one. Lighter weight, but atrocious heat dissipation. My God. Why is the Arrow L so much better at... I'm not 100% sure the circumstances under which I would... equip this arrow. I mean, again, it makes me lighter weight, but it's a pretty big integrity. So, like, the thing for me about this one is that, like, it's not just that I lose all the integrity, it's that, oh, you know what, it's because I've got an awesome arm on that one, that's why. But yeah, like, the right arm, you kind of want to have, you kind of want that thing in good shape. Like, I don't want to wake up and find out that my main weapon isn't going to be working because I skimped on the integrity. All right, what are we looking for here? We've already got the heatsink, lower body. I'm never going to give up these Nox mediums, I don't think. And we are already rocking excellent hydraulics. I feel like there are opportunities with the Lance and I just haven't been paying attention. Right, no point in messing with the capacitor. No new subsystems, I don't think. Yeah, not unless I want to start regenerating on the barrier. But we do have a new firewall. Yeah, no. I'm not getting rid of that firewall. Still don't really have anything so far as shotgun's concerned. We currently rocking the right sensor. I don't think there's any reason to mess around with that. However, we are currently using the Elbrus medium, and we got some fancy new parts. So the Nox, no. The Arrow Light. Now, if I'm willing to give up... So this is the danger part, right? Where I... Oh, yes, but I'm definitely going to... Yeah, I do think the Arrow Light is the right call on this one. So we do lose a bit of integrity, but we gain the barrier. It is a little bit heavier, amusingly enough. But I think this is the right call. And with the regenerative plating, I might actually be able to do even better. So hollowed plating is probably what I want. Empty plating. Even better. Oh yeah, it raises the mass though. That's why that's a... Well, you know what? Maybe I just want to go for the regenerator then. And I don't think we'll do any better than an excellent gyro. Although I can do even better with the excellent hydraulics. Alright, that worked pretty well for our Lance. What am I doing? Blueberry. If you fancy a different background. I'm happy to see it in the bay. Although I think we might have actually given that a lower level after all of that. And then finally the Sleipnir. I am not compelled to switch that out. We already have an excellent capacitor, so no messing around with that. Now, we do have the slice. It's pretty unlikely that I'm going to want to switch it out, but... Yeah, you can go to hell. That light blade is actually pretty dang good. I could do double light blades. Oh, now this is interesting. So somewhere along the way I picked up a... oh, I know. It was because it's 227 versus 200, so the 7 range was not worth it for me. All right. If the mass wasn't... Like, this is an increase in mass, which is going to lower my speed. Yeah. Can't make that work. And Nox medium legs, the only thing new that we got was Asgard heavies, so there's not a lot to take out of there. However, we are sitting... Oh no, and it's excellent hydraulics, so there's nothing new there. So what are we looking at for our 3.9, 4.1, 3.8? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just took the level of my mechs down, but I actually think they're more effective, so... I guess we'll find out. Dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. 10 new enemy contacts. Jesus, these convoy missions are no joke. Alright, it is really inconvenient that this guy is so close. So he wants to hurt Foxtrot. So Foxtrot's gonna walk behind a building and laugh. Okay, tank-wise, what are we looking at? We got a cannon. Cannon. Ah, Jesus. Okay. Everybody's got to get behind this hill really quick. Yeah, this is going to be character building. But they get to shoot him in the back. Oh, no, I don't, because he's going to be shooting at my ally. Still, I get to attack him from relative safety. Alright, now I do think that Foxtrot is actually in a bit of trouble from where he is. Now, amusingly enough, so I think if I do that... that's not so bad, actually. Who's angry at my melee unit? Too many people. The mountain's gonna be doing some work there, but I think I can survive it. Shave that ahead just a bit. Unfortunately, I think that screws most of the shot. I think I just gotta live with the world as it is, though. Oof. That is not the done thing, my friend. Okay, I hate doing moves like this just because it takes a good guy out of action for so long. Okay, I think I gotta do a traditional walk. Wow, okay. Then we'll wait. Oh, hang on. I can put this back. Yeah, so gotta keep my eyes on the prize. Okay. Okay, I'm hoping the hill does the work for that. You know what, it's probably just as easy for me to dash. So now we're going to be running a bit hot. And while I would prefer to fire my shotgun at something, I am content to put my shield up and be ready for the start of the next round. I think it's this guy who's attacking me. Yeah, I'm assuming these hills are doing a lot of work, and I'm not entirely sure they're going to deliver in the way that I think they are. Do I really want to keep Foxtrot hidden behind the mountain like that? Doesn't seem like a very interesting way to use him. I wonder... Oh, okay. It's a little too close to the danger. Okay, yeah, I can see that working. Let's just make sure nobody bonks heads. Yep, they do. And then I let... Right, that's not directed at him. Okay. Well, let's hope I don't screw this up too badly. Did we just take that thing out in one hit? Okay, so that is good to know for my melee. Looks like he wants a piece of me, but he's got a marksman rifle, so it's not like I'm very scared of that. I'm gonna run hot on it, but... So I'll wait a little while, and then we can follow up with a... Oh. Maybe if I put a little distance. Oh no, that's a terrible idea, because I'm going to be turning my back on him when he's firing. So, if anything, I should try and get closer. I still don't think that's going to make the strikes any easier. I think if I'm going to try and make it happen, I need to make it happen with a primary, but obviously the primary is going to be too... Primary is going to be a little too heat intensive. So, here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to tank the marksman shot. I'm going to try and get as close as I can to one of these things. Okay. So in this case, we'll just we'll cross the field. This is a terrible spot for me to be. You know what? I'm gonna give myself the hill as a secondary just in case. Okay. I'm curious if I'm able to get that shot off. It's a little risky, but good news is after that, it looks like my marksman is not being harassed too much. Oh, no, they are being harassed quite a bit. Okay, well, you know what? That's still something I can manage. So what I'm going to do here, let's move Foxtrot off to the side. So again, the aim is to get them shooting at mountains or hills as much as possible. Should open them up to pelt the bad guys. Now, no, I think that's still going to work. Now, I do have a little bit of an advantage as far as Tango is concerned. I think what I'm going to do with Tango, so we're going to go on we're just going to go stomping on stuff. Maybe not. Let's see if I can do something more interesting. Okay, so if I just sit around here, wait for the shot, then I move up, get a shotgun shot off there. I think that's the wrong source of damage. And I believe I'm crossing the streams, yeah. So that's actually unavoidable if I'm going to approach it that way. So let's go back to the drawing board. And in this case, I think I'm just going to say, why be scared of tanks? I'll be scared of getting surrounded by tanks. But there's nothing inherently scary about a tank. So, shields up. We get our reply. Now this one's going to require a little more fancy footwork. So what I want to try and do here is I do the attack, and I'm trying to set the shield up so that they, all the attacks on Tango are coming from the same angle. Okay, so we've got my marksman still... Nope, my marksman's staying put because everybody hates him right now. Foxtrot's got what they're going to do. Tango's good to go. Yep, so this is a little bit more of a building turn. I am a little curious what happens on this side, but at the moment I'm just looking for white numbers. Whack! Yeah, so they're hitting their own guys. Okay, well, they're still standing. They lost their shield. They didn't lose anything else, so we're gonna do the usual routine. Oof. That's all well and good, but I gotta get to safety afterwards. No, got my back turned to him. All right, well, you know what? Come and get me. At that point, I think I'm going to try and get some of my folks to... Yeah, that's a perfect spot for them. Okay, shields up. Yeah, they're all still taking pot shots, so I should be able to get at least one off. You know, he's actually waiting, so maybe I'm probably going to regret leaving him standing. But I think no. Again, shield up for the damage. The big thing for me about the shield is that it's not just the fact that I can negate damage coming into the mech, it's that it actually ties up one of the tanks. It ties up one of the tanks doing something else. So, the thing I like about that particular one, so this is a fresh tank. The single shotgun attack is probably not going to be sufficient. However, there's a nice little cluster of tanks sitting in the area here, and so I'm going to probably be able to toss my shield up and just go running through it if there isn't anything interesting for the melee unit to do. The last thing that I want to try and address, if I can, is this little pest over here. Perfect. So we just spray and pray, and hopefully by the time they start attacking my melee unit, we've caused them to crash or otherwise be inconvenienced. And this will be one that we do slow-mo. They're just pounding their own guy over there. The marksman shots will be completely unnecessary now. If anything, it's going to lose us some scrap. Oh no, they're not going to be they're going to be shooting the other unit over here. And apparently I'm burning up again? I got to really figure out what's going on with those. I feel like I'm getting hit too many times with those consequences. So, it may be that this move doesn't actually get completed. I'm shooting into the side of a mountain, aren't I? Nope, but their friend is taking the shot. That's the worst possible distance in which this unit could be getting hit. Yeah, so that's the big stack of tanks is a two-way street, it looks like. It's really good for me to it's really good in terms of them hitting each other, but it also results in me things at least gonna crash. It does result in me missing a bunch of shots. Either way, though, I'm pretty sure we're going to be... this should be pretty straightforward to clean up, I think. Okay, so it was a mistake to keep that guy up and running. They basically start their turn with an attack, so I'll do whatever I can to try and mitigate the worst of it. Unfortunately, this guy also does a shot on me, so... Okay, so I want to think a little bit about this. I'm going to have my shield... So my torso is going to be facing this way. The attack's going to be coming here. So I want to move back if I can. It's a little bit of a dance that I need to do with the shield. Okay, I hate that I'm wasting the effort on that guy, but... So the damage isn't too catastrophic, but how many people want this unit's blood? So if I do the primary attack, still not quite where it needs to be. I'm also a little doubtful as to whether or not we can come out of this thing unscathed. Yeah, so if I try a short distance one, maybe? Cool. I didn't think that was going to work. What's the maximum number of things I can whack into? Oh god, this is going to be great. They're going to run behind the building. So I think I'm going to be able to smack into 3 vehicles out of that. And if I do, that's going to be a thing of beauty. Okay, so I'm going to say my marksman can safely ignore this unit. I need to think about some other units that I can inconvenience. Oh, here's an interesting idea. Okay, this guy's an active... Yeah, so what if I... Yeah, so he's my new best friend. Oh, careful. Yeah, so I think Foxtrot winds up taking a bit of damage out of that, but nothing catastrophic. And I suppose if I waited long enough... But why would I? Let's find something more interesting to do with my sniper. I think this is just going to be shooting... I think this is just going to be shooting the back of a hill, but it's worth a shot, I guess. I don't have a whole lot else on the shelf, so... now, I do really want to see how a couple of these turn out. So this is going to be another pretty much all slow-mo round. So number 1, I want to see how this goes. Number 2, I want to see exactly what the damage on this unit is. So he's taken out this guy. They're going to be hitting... Yeah, so that's basically going to be a shot from behind. There's no way I could... Although if I can somehow hurt the treads, so much the better. So we should be putting the shield up against them. So... Oh, yep, they're crashing. Okay, so I want to see whether or not I actually get the hit. Yeah, so when it says different heights, it looks like I just make the move, but I don't actually deliver. That's good to know for next time. Unfortunately, I'm going to take a shot to the back as a result. It is kind of cool to attack from on high, though. Oh, wait a minute. I may not actually wind up hitting this guy either. Because of the height difference again. Never mind. And what happens there? I just kind of slide him off track. Okay, well, lessons learned. Okay, so what are we looking at for... Okay, so this is an active. This one is still running. Oh yeah, my melee unit's in a bit of a crossfire right now. So if I just did a dash and hid behind the building, how much of that would that negate? Pretty much all of it. Okay. Which is a shame, because I'd love to do something like a short melee. Something like that. I guess the primary melee is slightly better for that sort of thing. Oh, actually, hang on. Yeah, they're too close. So yeah, I mean, I could try something like that, but I'll overheat and just generally be sad. So discretion's a better part of valor. Let's just hide behind the building. Tango's basically ready to do anything, and there's nobody to stop her, apparently. So at this point, we're just going to march in and shoot whatever we can. It's going to take apparently take a little bit to catch up. At this point, I think I'm just going to go for the inefficient shot. Okay, so you're mad enough that you want to shoot my assault rifle guy. But I bet I can move them in a smart enough way that they're not able to really deliver. Although it does leave them with their sidearm. And can the marksman do anything interesting? Oh, the marksman can do something interesting. They can overheat. Let's make sure he's targeting the right guy. So we'll wait to the end of the shot. It looks like I'm going to need to get closer for the remaining attacks. That's not a particular hardship. So again, stay behind the hill because somebody wants to attack me. Not quite where I need it. Okay, that's possible. Of course, I would also be attacking my ally in the back of the head, so let's think a little bit about the path that he's taking. It's kind of ugly, but it'll do the trick. And I really wish there was something more exciting I could do with Kilo right now, but they have a little too much heat on them to make it worth getting out of cover. So, oh, inconvenient. Ouch. Not so good. Different height, huh? Okay, well, we'll do the attacks that we can. I probably should have seen that coming. So this guy's got to finish the job, otherwise there's going to be trouble. Actually, this thing's in pretty good health. I'm a little worried. That thing's toast, so no worries there. The dash may not be the right move here because of the heat that it generates. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to walk it off. Ugh, that's gross though. This is like the earliest I can get that shot off, which is after they start their attack. So that's a collision. If I do short range, I roast and it's completely ineffective. Alright, so I mean, we can all join the party, but I think he's still going to get some shots off on my melee unit. I don't think there's any way that I can stop that. Although I can just keep firing. Like, I don't think there's any reason for Foxtrot to hold back. Even just... Oh, okay, there we go, we're crashing it. Okay, so not quite enough to finish the job here. Looks like they still want to attack, so it generates too much heat. I'm gonna guess the shotgun's gonna do more damage to me than... Ah, screw it. I've already taken the damage. If I lose this pilot because of the friendly fire, I'm gonna rage. Hey, they dodged all friendly fire. Nice. No, I had 4, Ed Baver. And sorry I missed your messages before. I was really engrossed in the game. But no, it's just one of them was a little hard to find. Okay, you know, despite the fact that I lost the weapon, we actually only took 902 damage on that. So 35 seconds, inflicted 6,504, no units lost, no subsystems, 88 actions bled, 1.2 kilometers moved, 9 units destroyed, no parts, 288 supplies. Oh, new marksman rifle. That might be an improvement because it's a level 4, which I think is the same. Multi-purpose stabilizer, excellent reactor. I only have 1 unit that's using those, but excellent hydraulics. So I'm trying to think if there's a reason why you would want to use a gyro when you have hydraulics, because it feels like you get the same. It feels like you get the same effect, but you also get some heat dissipation. Rare firewall shield. This might be an upgrade for the lance. Yeah, there could be some stuff here that makes it worthwhile. I have no idea why the behemoth needs to be repaired, but it's all it's all good. Like, I'm not gonna I don't really have anything else I'm gonna do with the time. So it would be nice to check out the market. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do market and then outpost, or outpost then market. I think the original plan was I was going to go from the outpost to the fort to be able to kind of get that last little bit of intelligence that I needed. So I think I'm going to stick with that plan. I was going to try and build another unit, but it occurred to me that I'll probably want supplies for the market, so we'll wait the 3 hours. we'll get the market, we'll clear out the outpost, and I'm already 2 hours past the time that I was normally going to be streaming, so I think at that point I'm going to have to call it a night. It's actually already past midnight. And I just saw that I've got like 9 Discord messages. I'm going to assume that that's Mad King Brutos, and I am all for that. Could be somebody else, but... manufacture smoke screen. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I already have 3 though, so. Okay, the base slows down next to a small market stall on the side of the road. The stretch of road is quiet, and one of your pilots asks the person manning it, "Do you actually get much business out here?" "Not much," the stallholder says, "but it's too dangerous to travel with my goods anymore. Maybe you can help me out by trading with me. I'll be sure to tell everyone of your generosity if you do." So it's good to feel helpful. Plus 10 hope, minus 500 scrap for loot, plus 1 market stability. Yes. All of this. We're good guys. Of course we have to do that. Oh, and we're going to be trading for an undisclosed period. No, it is perfectly disclosed. It was about 4 hours. What the hell am I saying? I don't know what market stability does, but it seems like the sort of thing you would want if you're going to be liberating your country from hostile forces. All right. What may be the last fight of the night, but I know I've said that a couple of times, so... Now, Ed Baver, is this the first time you've seen me play this game? Alright, you can attempt to gain control of this structure by mounting an assault with your squad. So, definitely felt like we had an improvement for the Lance. Or potential improvement. So, Nox medium. I mean, it's not bad. This is more attractive than some of the other alternatives I've been looking at. Good heat dissipation, reduction in heat capacity, but there is a pretty significant difference on integrity, which I'm not crazy about. But then this is the one with like the big ass shield, so if any of them can afford to have, yeah, I'm gonna be a little defensive on that. However, so we've got a level 3 uncommon firewall, and what? I'm still equipping it because the integrity is higher, but... Oh, and the mass is great too. Let's see if we can screw around with its subsystems. So I don't need regeneration because there's no barrier on it. I guess basic plating makes the most sense here. The thing that amazes me is that most it takes is 5 to 15 minutes per combat in our time, but it's all over in less than a minute. Yeah, I mean, this is where, again, I don't want to oversell the Frozen Synapse comparison, because, again, the only way in which I compare the two games is the fact that you've got these replays of the action, which can be really exciting, and it's the sort of thing that I talk to people about. But I think, depending on how whatever replay feature is planned is implemented, like being able to see the combat run through is going to be like, I don't know if it'll be like a Zachtronics game where you can make like a GIF of your, I should say GIF because of how I say synapse and just freak everyone out. I don't know if that's going to be, I don't know if that's going to be a thing, but I suspect probably one of the big selling points of this game is just going to be the fact that everybody wants to show off their incredible plays, and whether you have video clips or whether you have, a GIF, anything like that. to me at least, I think that's going to be a pretty great selling point. So I don't see why I would do heavy. I think the only option I really have here is basic plating, because I only have an integrity. That's fourth time you've seen, maybe fifth. Okay, yeah, I just don't, I didn't remember seeing your face in chat, so apologies for not recognizing that if you'd said hi. Always happy to have people in. I mean, partly it's explanation, but it's not like for games like this, I actually don't spend as much time sitting down fully explaining my thought process. Like, I'll usually explain it while I'm figuring stuff out. I do tend to get a little obsessive about strategy in games like this, though. So, I have a feeling that, like, if I were to play this on my own time, I would probably take about as long on the missions. All right, so I do want to make sure. Yeah, the Sleipnir still has its goodies. So we do have a new Nox M, better power, worse heat capacity, and the thruster power is less and generates more heat. Purely for the sake of argument, I want to see what this does to my speed. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to try and make this work. I don't have another active heatsink? That sucks. Well, I mean, I guess I could make up the difference with an improved capacitor. Yeah, you know what? The capacitor makes sense on this one because I usually try to push it to the extreme, and it's the periods in between. No, yeah, that's the right call. I'm not changing any of that. Yeah, that speed is just too much to... I can't pass that up. Slightly worse heat dissipation, but this actually also looks better. So you get a nice new Nox medium arm with an improved gyro, but I think if we do okay, so yeah, if we do excellent hydraulics, oh no, if we do improved hydraulics, we actually get the, yeah, I'll do, I hope that's right. Oh, interesting. Okay, so apparently I want higher heat. What? Okay, relates to the passive dissipation of accumulated heat. Higher numbers indicate that heat loss happens at a higher rate, potentially even outpacing heat accumulation for some types of equipment. So why is it bad that I'm going from 1 to 2? I'm going to take the game's word for it, but I have a feeling I'm misunderstanding this because it seems to me there's no point in taking a gyro, and because you get the free heat dissipation as well as having a better time messing around with the mass. I don't know. I'll find out when I cook my pilot in their cockpit. Pretty happy with that speed, though. Okay, I don't think there's anything for the behemoth, but you know, we did mess around a little bit with some of the items, so yeah, nothing crazy for the upper body. Just shields. Oh, that's right. We had another marksman rifle that I didn't look for. All right, so lower damage, but better, like a tighter grouping on the shots. And to be honest, I've been pretty good at standing still. So sadly, we're not gonna switch out our old faithful marksman. It'd be cool to try something different, but I'm gonna try something here. So I'm gonna put this Nox Heavy on. Oh God, where was my old one? Oh no, I've forgotten which one I had. No, it was this one. It has to be this one. The livery will tell me. Yes. So again, it's the idea here that I want the right arm to have the higher integrity. So now with the offensive subsystem, we can take the active heat sink. Where did my active heat sink go? Oh, right. It's in the left arm. Nope, those are excellent hydraulic. What? Okay, I'm clearly losing my mind. I feel like I lost a part there. I'm happy with the excellent reactor. Yeah, so again, we've actually got a very zippy little crew now. Hermes, who's sitting at a paltry 12.33 again. Tell you what, Ed Baver, well, it's probably just because it's an early access game. I remember with Industries of Titan, it was like that too. So that'll probably be fixed over time. Let's see how. I'm probably not going to be streaming that much longer, so I'd rather not mess around with the settings too much. But if you let me know if it still is a problem after a little while, and we can take a look into we can maybe take a look into messing around with it. Just right now, I'm a little reluctant. Okay, that doesn't work for me. This is already good. Okay, nothing to... Hey, and we're all level 4s. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. So in... Oh no, it says 5 new enemies on the field, but that doesn't mean that there's going to be reinforcements. So, looks like we just need to deal with the one group. So yeah, as you can see here, Ed Baver, it's like this is definitely not the sort of thing where like this is pretty okay for volume. I think probably when the action starts going, it's going to get loud, but okay. So, let's get a read on the situation. So we've got sniper rifle and a heavy shot. Ooh, that heavy shotgun's going to be a problem. And then we've got cannon. Oh, hello. Marks. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm a little scared now, actually. Oh, no. All right. The only thing I don't like about that move is that it really limits what Foxtrot can do. And unfortunately, Foxtrot, I believe, is the victim of a couple of nasty attacks. Okay, so who doesn't like him? Yeah, it's a crossfire, so I think the best starting move I can make would be move up a bit like... So I think if I stay here... Okay, if I... This I'm very nervous about, but... Okay, so they're hitting the wall, hitting the wall, hitting the wall. And I completely misread who they were attacking. They're actually going after my... They're actually going after my melee unit. Okay. That gets interesting then. So here's how I solve that. I run forward with my shield towards this guy, even though the attack is coming from... No, this is still gonna suck. Okay, so run up, run up, run up. Oh man, that's a tough one to thread. Okay, so if I just jetpack it. Okay, so wait out the attack. I don't think I have a clear line of sight by the end of that, though. Okay, shield 1, shield 2. I have a feeling I'm still going to crash. Nope. Okay. And what's good about that is at the very end, shotgun to the back. So it's a weird move, but I think that covers the... I'm pretty sure that covers the melee attack. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with Foxtrot. Okay, and conveniently enough, I actually want to move my sniper out of... Oh, this will be interesting. So if I do that... Okay, first of all, gotta wait. Not so good. Okay, I actually gotta stay put for the first little bit. Okay, then I move to... Perfect. Oh, you know what? I bet I know why those efficiency numbers seem ridiculously low. It's probably because I'm just getting them at the tail end of the move. So yeah, the idea here is that this move is all about letting the shells hit the concrete. There's really not a whole lot else for that unit to do, unfortunately. I could... It's wasteful heat-wise, but... I suppose I could... Well... Yeah, you know what? The attack just finishes when the crossover happens. So I suppose that's slightly more efficient. And now, I mean, I've avoided this as long as possible, but... Foxtrot kind of needs to do something now. So let's say for starters, he opens fire. Butta. And... Okay, so the time that the dodge starts... he might get tagged by something at the end there, but... Now this guy's still sitting on a sniper rifle, and that's a worry. I can't move at all, can I? All right, well, I think we're just going to watch that happen. And I'm actually going to slow this down a bit. So there's a few things I want to see. One, I want to see whether or not this shield strategy works. Two, it's always cool to see. It's always cool to see the melee do its thing. Oh yeah, I also want to make sure none of my guys are colliding. Nope. Yeah, so everything's kind of interesting, but I think the melee and the shield are probably the two star players on this one. So basically we're going to see an enemy come through there, and the hit should take the shield should take the hit, not the melee unit. No white numbers so far. Well, their own white numbers, but... Okay, so I'm pretty sure we blocked that. Yeah, so it's possible that the marksman hit didn't touch anything. So we're taking a bit more damage than I was expecting on my shield. There is the moment we were looking for. So this move winds up being unnecessary because this guy got thrown off track. You're going to see some exciting things happening over here if you don't want to see the cool melee action going on. Ooh, that's pretty. So shield left arm, this guy's disoriented, this guy's going to be recovering. We got this guy in a crossfire. So still has a marksman rifle, and looks like he wants to turn that on my melee unit. So this guy's crashing. This guy's gonna be able to do an attack. They're gonna be focusing on my marksman, so I'm not at all worried because they're gonna be hitting the concrete. I do, however, want to address the nuts. Okay. Short range it is. What if I do a primary? Different height though, so no need to get fancy. Also, I'm pretty sure I cook my mech if I... Oh, maybe not. Nope, I cooked my mech. So then if I do that, run, he goes up, and we severely inconvenience the two tanks. I don't ever actually see the connection with the melee strike here. I'd like to just verify that actually happens. And again, part of this is just about pushing the vehicles around. And at that point, I actually think we're going to walk away and start focusing on some of the other bad guys. Okay, so hit 1, hit 2. Again, I did see the animation with a collision before, so I'm going to hope that that properly works. Now my marksmen. They are totally ignored except by a tank which will never hit them. So let's see. I still have the Cone of Death. Ooh, I gotta be focused on the right guy. Okay, so it seems to me that the easy answer here is just to close the distance, and it's going to be a sniper fight. So this guy I want to take kind of seriously because the sniper rifle is no joke. Damage in full volley is 311. So if you take a look at some of my components, like if they hit my left arm, I don't have left arm anymore. This will be an interesting one. So I'm gonna change tracks a little bit. So I get another shotgun off. I pretty much immediately have to reply with a shield. I actually get hit by the start of that. But I can walk for the rest of it. And then when he peeks his head around, surprise! Assuming he makes it there, it's possible that the shotgun and the marksman will be sufficient. Okay, so for the rest of the marksman's turn, let's just figure out how far they... Yeah, that's perfect distance. So really, it's a question of heat at this point. I think I'm just gonna have to lay off. So we'll wait it out till the end of the first shot. I'll step back a bit. Actually, you know what? My original position's probably enough. Yeah, that's smack dab in the middle. And conveniently, I don't need to worry about the attack still. Okay, Foxtrot doesn't have anything to do right now, but they are also the target of a somewhat vicious sniper attack. And nothing else is really threatening them, so at this point we will do a dash. Zip. Brilliant. Okay. So basically they have to shoot through 2 buildings to get there. Oh, no, that's a waste of heat. I haven't been really hit. I haven't hit my own guy with friendly fire on a melee attack before. This is probably going to be the time that I do, but on the odd chance that I can make something happen with this tank, I sort of want to take the opportunity. So I'm going to do slow motion on this again just because there's a lot going on and I'd kind of like to take it all in. Mostly to see what's happening with this guy. That went wide. Not enough to finish the job, sadly. So this is a point of interest. That's cool, but that didn't actually connect, or that wasn't enough to finish anything. So blocking the majority of it. That looks like it hit. Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna go charging after this guy. He is also gonna start shooting at him, so... And then we should also see a shotgun when this guy peeks around the corner. Okay, so a little bit of damage from the tank, but not our own guys. Okay, so the marksman has a new job. Actually, I'm gonna start the attack late, and that's just to avoid the fact that he goes behind the building. Now, it does worry me a little bit that Foxtrot's in the crosshairs. So this is going to be a... I'm actually going to do 2 dashes, I think. So 1 back. Yeah, perfect. So the attack doesn't start until he's behind the building. Too much heat. Pretty much stay where I want them to be, so... So if I just got obsessive about this, and okay, I'd still need to wait. I'm pretty sure there's no way for me to make this work, but you know what? It was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, I completely forgot. This hombre's... So who are they attacking? Oh, the melee unit. Okay. I think if I dash, I'm probably going to burn up. Yeah. So it's not great. I'm assuming that I'm probably going to wind up taking some damage for walking into that. But I'll move up kind of on an intercept. So we'll wait out the shotgun attack. And then I figure I can get a little recreational tank bullying in. Nope, not as such. Okay. So I suppose I still have some stuff I can do with my marksman. Yeah, so it seems to me we just hold position until we do the attack. And then we walk it out. Well, they're not actually hurting anyone, so... Maybe they'll surrender. Oh, yeah, never mind. And this guy apparently wound up... I should have paid closer attention to what was going on there. But they're just going to limp off and eject. This guy doesn't count anymore. So I'm going to let Tango walk it off. Oh. Oh my god. I just let that tank drill into the into my melee. I was not paying attention to them at all. All right. So marksman's in the barrel now, so we'll jump them through. I may not actually be able to deliver on a melee strike here. I'm gonna have to do it through a building. Yeah, I'm useless. God, I feel like such a moron not realizing that. Especially because we don't actually have that many people, like, ready to go. I guess this is probably the best I can hope for. Should probably get my shield. Oh yeah, they're also going to be able to. There we go. So I've specifically built that unit with a long sword and a short sword. It's not so much the fact that melee units always have 2 attacks. I have 2 different weapons which have 2 different attack styles, like different ranges, different durations and such. Hey, Atlesian Knights, how you doing? Okay, so other than the fact that I just kind of stood there and took tank shells to the face, or the back, I guess, that was alright. Less than a kilometer traveled, 61 actions planned, 25-second duration, 756 damage taken, damage inflicted, 3,108. No units lost, no subsystems detected on site. 4 units destroyed, 222 supplies. Nox Heavy, level 4, Stance Shield, Elbrus Medium, Tower Shield. I don't think I'm going to wind up using any of this. The active heatsink might be nice, actually. So we'll salvage it up. Lance definitely took its share of damage. Now, I was going to wrap up for tonight. Oh, very nice. What did you stream? But given that Elysian Knights just showed up, I'm going to try... We'll see what the game gives me. If I'm able to do like a fort, I'll do it. And if it's a convoy that comes up next, we'll maybe just... we'll save it for next time. Also, I want to double check that this is the region I want to be heading to, so we'll pause that. So Logith, yeah. We could actually probably move straight on to Hosford, given that our mechs are all level 4. But, might as well. Whoa, hello. Now you see why we did it the way that we did it. Your recon says this place is defended. You'll need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. Suit up. Okay. As before, this is going to be just a really quick run on gear. Everybody's kind of at the same level now. But let's take a quick look at the lats. So upper body. New Nox Heavy, slightly better power, worse heat capacity. Yeah, I think we've already done a similar judgment. Do I have anything better than an improved capacitor? Nope. Left item, tower and a stance. I don't see why I would use either one of them. Right arm, we've got a fancy new Elbrus M, better integrity, no barrier, and heavier. Or a very simple Nox X, which does not excite me at all. Okay, Hermes. Can we make you faster today? Okay, sitting on an Arrow M. You know, I'm not going to replace the Arrow M. I don't see... I don't see it happening. So, multi-purpose right stabilizer, I am fine keeping that. Left item, unless we have a new spark, I don't see any reason to try. The Vidar Heavy, I don't see being replaced, but let's just do a little window shopping in case. Nope. It is currently sitting on an active heatsink, so I'm good with that. No lower body, but mobility subsystems, we've got excellent hydraulics, and I see no reason to change that, so good for Hermes. The Sleipnir, I don't really think we got anything to inspire changes. We specifically chose the capacitor over the heatsink, so I'm okay with that. We only have shields, which I'm not interested in. New right arm, so we've got an Elbrus M. Slightly worse heat dissipation, but, you know, the funny thing is, so better integrity, mass is lower, so I can actually get a little more speed out of this guy. So if I put an active heatsink on, we go below 20. If I put a passive heatsink on, or I could give it an improved capacitor and boost the heat threshold, which I think is the... I mean, it's tough, right? The cooldown, like, I would like a good cooldown, but I think the fact of the matter is I really just need the ability to absorb heat. Dissipation is what I do while I walk away from the totally badass move that I just did. So I'm feeling good about that. Let's see if we have other left arm options now. So worse integrity, worse mass. Yeah, it's pretty much across the board. Okay, feeling good about that. Lower body, we currently have excellent hydraulics. Nothing new there, so we will go to livery. And not Alpine Pebble, what am I doing? Alpine Forest. It's the scary arm. Thank you, at Legion Knights. So, funny thing, I know people like to clown on Anthem, and I have no idea why, because it's actually not that bad of a game, and I think, if anything, you know, Anthem didn't need to get pulled from the Steam or the Sony store. By the way, apologies to those of you who are genuinely disappointed by Cyberpunk. I shouldn't have to apologize on behalf of CD Projekt Red, but the thing is, I went in skeptical. I was reasonably impressed by the modeling and animation. It's not a total disaster, but it's definitely not what a multi-year, extremely arrogant marketing campaign would lead you to believe. Can I give you... Okay, so if I give you an active heatsink... No, then it goes down to 12. Yeah, I think the passive heatsink is what I want on that one now. But I mean, everybody's got an opinion on that. I have nothing new to say about it. But yeah, I actually, my first, my main javelin in Anthem looks very similar to this. I mean, I really like strategy, and the other thing is that, so if you guys want to know my deep, dark insecurities about streaming, pretty much every time I do a strategy stream, I'm really worried that I've sort of lost my my abilities on those kinds of things. Surely I have. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so as nice as it would be for the behemoth to be a little, to be a little speedier, active heat sinks are what let me throw out lots of ordnance. But yeah, I will admit, like, especially when I do strategy games, that was the one thing that people kind of said was good about the stream, that people liked the sound of my voice, and the fact that I was doing a strategy game and I had a fairly good grasp on them was a thing that allowed them to enjoy, again, they didn't really care what I was saying. They cared that they could hear me. And so, I've tried to take that to heart, and it doesn't mean, like, obviously I'm not going to phone it in when it comes to, man, this Elbrus M is actually kind of tempting, but, I probably screwed up. Yeah, we can put an improved heatsink in, though. Slower, but that thing's going to be able to fire a lot of times. But yeah, I'll admit, like, especially if it's, been a more quiet evening, let's say. Oh, man. Could put some hydraulics in. I wonder if that'll be better than the reactor. Not really, but it didn't really make the speed all that much worse either. So if I did that compared to a gyro... Oh, God, no. Okay. No. But yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm dividing my attention across too many things. It actually means a lot when people kind of come in and comment on the strategy games, because I really like playing them. I feel quite comfortable playing them. And I'm hoping that through, my comfort in playing them and sharing things that I really like, people will be willing to give them a try. I actually feel really bad when people say stuff like, I can't really get into Civilization, it's too hard, because that game is really special to me, and I really like it. I wish more people could experience it and, and see in that game what I do. But the thing is that, like, I don't talk about that sort of stuff a lot because there is a style of streaming where, someone needs constant praise. Like, if you're not constantly talking about how cool or how good the streamer is, then it's a bad stream for them. And I really don't want to be that guy. So, I try and reflect a little bit on what I think is working and maybe where I could have improved privately. But yeah, I've always felt very comfortable with strategy games, and it's one of these things that I think lines up. It's a nice little intersection between something that someone has differentiated as being good about my broadcast, something that I personally feel very comfortable with. I would be playing games like this on my own time, and frequently do. Although, again, my life isn't all gaming, so most of my gaming is done on stream now. And I think the other thing I really like about it is that actually the other one that's like this is horror games. So some people maybe are a little nervous to try a strategy game, but they really like watching them, and that's how they can, I kind of hope that one day they'll give it a shot themselves. But number two is when they... another type of game like that is a horror game, because I tend to be very stoic, for lack of a better term, while playing them. And so, as a consequence, people who get very frightened playing those games tend to like to watch the broadcasts of those, because I don't react that way. And so that kind of lets them enjoy it, so... Yeah, thank you very much, Atletian Knights. Yeah, I mean, it's always really nice to run into people who found the stream through that broadcast. I mean, I do really like doing independent games, not exclusively. It is actually fair to say that what a persistent bunch. Command won't drop any more squads on the site, so let's get this over with. So again, we've got, I think, 3 enemies. Oh, this is a cakewalk. Oh, I love this map. This one, I prefer it when we start inside the city, but this one has like lots of ruins to dodge. This is the map where I learned my basic strategy for this game. I'm very fond of this one. But yeah, I like covering independent games just because there's usually interesting stuff that's happening in them. But strategy games are actually quite difficult to make. There's a reason why there's not like a lot of civs. There's a lot that kind of goes into making them work the way kind of people want them to. And I don't pretend to know what just a small hill, no big deal, right? I should probably be focusing a little bit more. So, I mean, Brace Yourself Games is still an independent company. I mean, by some standards, it's a very small company. I think 50 people now, which is, that's meaningful. Like, you better hope I'm never running a company of 50 people, because that's, I don't think I'd be very good at it. So in one sense, if I want to do Civilization, I'm probably going to wind up, playing something by Firaxis, or something like that, or something by Triumph, like Age of Wonders Planetfall. But I love sharing Canadian games because I really do believe that Canada. So I have a background in the Canadian film industry. And certainly there is a lot of hand-wringing about, why can't Canada get sort of the proper attention for its films? And there's a few different reasons for that. And I'm maybe not the best one to be able to answer that. But I really do think Canada punches above its weight when it comes to video games. I mean, Brace Yourself Games is a Vancouver-based company. As far as if you want to look at, sort of top tier or AAA sort of stuff, Ubisoft Montreal, that's where the Assassin's Creed series originated. Toronto does Far Cry. In terms of independent development, you've got Cuphead, which is another fine Canadian product. A couple of Ottawa developers worked on that, actually. Although I think there's been a little bit of I think there's probably been a bit of an exodus, because I will admit, Ottawa doesn't quite have the game dev scene that maybe, say, Vancouver did. There's lots of interesting stuff happening in Canada, and it's not just, and then of course BioWare, Canadian company. The really interesting thing about this is that it's not just, so Canada, I think what interests me, Darkest Dungeon, Red Hook Studios, another Vancouver group. Actually, I believe Tyler Sigmund and Chris Barassa have credits, like special thanks credits, but those are still credits. That's still a meaningful contribution. I think I might have. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to work out my strategy. Yeah, I don't know. I think. I really like, if I can, being able to share Canadian games, and not exclude. I'm not, I'm not going to be doing streaming nationalism or anything like that. There's lots of good stuff to go around. No matter what country it came from. But it is something that I find very interesting. And I say this because I've actually tried to get people into the idea of a research project specifically dealing with Canadian cultural industries. And it's very funny that when I do try to do that sort of stuff, it's actually really hard to get people to pay attention to interactive media, because I think it still has sort of that air of disreputability. And it's a shame because like it's honestly something that I think we should be very proud. Well, I mean, like obviously I have nothing to do with it. I just play them. But being able to stream stuff like this really is a chance for me to share something that's not just, it's not just a game that I think is cool, although it very much is. But it's a chance for me to be able to share stuff that, people don't always necessarily associate with with Canada, right? Like that's not the first place you'd think of in terms of I'm just going to keep him here. It's not the first place you'd think of when you think of video games. But overall, independent games, the biggest thing about independent games is that there will always be more people who haven't heard of them than have, even the really successful ones. If you want an example, actually, sorry, I'm monologuing here, but this might be interesting. If you would like an example of how distorted an individual view about video games is, consider that, so let's even say at the AAA level. So let's take a look at Steam right now. I mean, it's PC, so it's going to be a little bit, skewed, but so the top seller on sorry. That was a rough one. So the top seller on Steam right now is Cyberpunk 2077. Now, chances are everybody here in this chat has been hearing about this game for years. And if you haven't played it, you have an opinion about it. I'd be willing to say that probably you have decided whether or not you are going to play this game or not. But for this game to be at the top sellers list, it would mean that there is somebody who is buying this game for the first time, who has not experienced the game yet. And you can repeat this in a few different ways, right? So, if you think about the global top sellers, Among Us is within at least the top 10. I think it's like top 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Top 6, yeah. And so likewise, again, this is a huge success story coming out of 2020. But even though, quote unquote, everyone knows that it's available for free on mobile, and quote unquote, everyone knows that you can basically spend about $5 Canadian to buy that game, there are still enough people to be buying that game and experiencing it for the first time, or gifting it to someone who will be experiencing it for the first time, that it's beating out PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Raft, Mountain Blade 2, Resident Evil 3, which is currently on discount, Borderlands 3. This is an independent game. It's, more than Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5, though, is still selling copies to people who are experiencing it for the first time. So a lot of stuff that we take for granted isn't necessarily obvious to people at all. And that's one of the things that I try and do if ever I do an analytical article, is to say that, I'm kind of so I kind of think I'm switched on to be looking for interesting stuff in indies, and I'm still, I'll never be able to find all the cool stuff that I'd probably really enjoy. And so that's why being able to do the streaming stuff is fun, because I definitely benefit a lot from watching other people play stuff that they really enjoy. And, even stuff that seems like everyone has heard of it, there's still just going to be, just looking at how many games you own in the global top sellers, and realizing it's not just that people need to be buying that game, but like some of the largest numbers of games being sold on Steam at that moment are that specific game, which is something you've played and beaten. kind of gives you some perspective in terms of how people experience games and consume them. Anyways, I don't know if that was interesting to anyone. Let's watch some robots fight. Oh, that was beautiful. So I don't know. I think this guy's gonna have to eject. I don't see any reason for him to keep fighting. Okay, so nobody's attacking Mr. Melee. I don't think there's a world in which I'm able to make this happen. It's worth a shot, so I can do the follow-up. I'm running a little hot, but not catastrophically. Okay, so what I'm going to do with my marksman, I'm just going to sit and... Whoa! I am not going to sit and wait. I am going to run and hide. Yeah, not a whole lot I can do about that, sadly. Bet this guy can do something about it, though. Maybe not, actually. I think I'll just move him across. So this is kind of like a building. Oh. This is just going to be building for the next round, I think. I'm going to have too many people colliding with each other if I try to get fancy. Do I collide with him? Okay. So just on the odd chance he gets lucky. I think he's going to wind up... locked in place, so I'm gonna do a quick shotgun as I'm walking by. So what I'm anticipating here is that the strike is gonna immobilize him and I might be able to get a shotgun shot off. It's a bit of a long shot, but I think it's worth taking the chance. Right, so it didn't land, sadly. That one did. All right, so they're going to eject. Let's see, excuse me, if I can do something about this. Sadly, I think they're too close to the wall to be able to make the magic happen. So I guess the one thing I could try to do... Okay, so they're going to try and attack my melee unit. And this angle... Oh, I could almost do it, but... Yeah, it's just a little too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my melee unit and I'm going to hide him behind the building. And move my shield bearer up around the side. They should be able to get a shotgun shot off as they pass by. I'm curious if my marksman can get a clear shot. Put him on the high ground, maybe. Yep. And I really don't think there's a whole lot that this guy's going to be able to do, but Beautiful. You might actually get this game. It reminds you a lot of the show Rooster Teeth put out called Genlock that was subsequently canceled because of budget reasons. Thematically, I mean, so I'm not familiar with it at all. I don't mean to be too mercenary at Legion Knights, but there's two things I'll let you know. One, I was given a promotional key from Brace Yourself Games for this, and I'm very grateful for it because the game is amazing. But number two, I do have an Epic affiliate link. It is currently an exclusive on the Epic Store. So that'll be for the early access period. They don't have a release date for Steam yet. So if you do want to pick it up during the early access period and you'd like to do some support for the stream, you can use that affiliate link. But of course, if you have another creator you'd like to support with that link, or you'd like the money to go to Brace Yourself, obviously you don't need to. And of course, if you're not comfortable using the Epic Store, I would highly recommend wishlisting it because, of course, you'll be able to pick up the game after the early access period when they release on Steam. And I will say that it is actually helpful to developers when you wishlist their game. It kind of helps the visibility. It also makes it easier for them to get in touch with you when they do things like put the game on sale or when the game becomes available. So, in fact, I'm going to take another moment for self-promotion, but this is not going to be the monetary kind. Hopefully it doesn't screw up the audio like it did last time. It's a little bit of an older article now, but worth sharing. So this is a blog post that I wrote for KitFox. They very kindly gave me access to their sales data. So this is for 3 of their games. Moon Hunters, which if you've not played it is excellent. Also The Shrouded Isle and Fit for a King. Fit for a King we played on stream as well. Which, by the way, is not to imply that The Shrouded Isle is not a good game. I've not played it, but I did buy it on the last Steam sale. But what that analysis is an effort to try and quantify how much a given wish list is worth. So, like the idea of, when somebody wish lists the game, you don't necessarily know who's going to wind up buying it, but this is kind of a way of estimating what the value of it is once you account for the probability that somebody's going to convert and the likely price at which they're going to convert. It's not very methodologically heavy because it was intended for an audience which will have a very broad range of statistical know-how. Needless to say, it's going to it's going to be a chance to if people want to get the full methodological breakdown, I'm happy to give it. But I've noticed it's one really good way to turn an audience off is math. So, sorry, you probably notice I'm getting a little tired. And no worries at LegionNet. So one of the things I'll say when people say that they're interested in buying the game, it's a chance for me to flog that affiliate link for the people who are not necessarily actively participating in chat too. I always feel a little iffy about it because I don't want it to be like a hard sell to an individual. And I am very much of the opinion that if your financial circumstances are such where you are even thinking about whether or not it's a reality to buy the game, you probably shouldn't be buying it. And I say this with great love for Brace Yourself Games and, wanting to see them do well financially. But, the fact of the matter is I don't think anybody should be putting themselves into hardship through doing it. And of course, this is why I also, promote the stuff like wish lists and such. But yeah, so no, please don't feel, don't feel a need to explain yourself in that in any sense. I'll take the opportunities to flog the link when I can, because it's part of the deal, right? Ever since Twitch put in the affiliate program, things like donations kind of go down, and that's fine. That's the way it is. I don't think people should have to change their behavior to continue to support channels. But, being able to do things like affiliate links and just making sure that people are aware of them. So on the, fraction of the people who are thinking about buying a game, obviously, if you don't like Phantom Brigade, but you want to get something like Industries of Titan, or if if there's another thing you had your eye on, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, when you apply the Epic coupon, is like $5, which I think is still too much for that game. But if you really like Ghost Recon and you want to play Breakpoint, you can use the affiliate link for that. So it's I try to get in the habit of flogging it when I can, because if I don't, nobody's going to use it. But I definitely don't want people thinking that they're insufficiently loyal to the channel if they don't buy stuff with that. I am kind of glad though that people are no longer relitigating the goodness of the Epic Store. I'll admit I'm kind of annoyed that Epic introduced like the Among Us mode, and I know like Fortnite everybody was kind of mad at Fortnite for kind of lifting Battle Royale. I guess the thing is that it feels a bit scummier when it's an independent developer, especially an independent developer whose game did not actually originally meet with that kind of success, but rather met with that success 2 years later. But I also don't think that Epic should necessarily be prevented from doing that, because I'm not entirely sure where the difference is. Like, where do you say that it's legitimate versus illegitimate copying? But I don't know. There's a side of me that kind of feels like they're well financed. They've got one of the biggest games in the world right now, and I kind of feel like they could have. They didn't really need to do what they did. I'm sure they're very capable of making something interesting and original on their own. But anyways. Nah, that's not really what it was. I mean, it definitely was rough around the edges. I think it's gotten better, but I also think people really forgot what Steam was like. And I wasn't using Steam in the early parts of the existence of Steam. There's a few factors that went into it. I think the biggest issue that people have are the idea of the timed exclusives. And I'm not really convinced by the arguments against them, but I've also written like multiple blogs, and I've tried to have my views be known about them. And the fact of the matter is, there's some developers that I really like that are able to make the games that they want. So actually, the best example I can think of is the game Old World that I played. So this is Soren Johnson, who is probably best known for Civilization 4. And he's returning to the 4X genre with his game Old World. It used to be called 10 Crowns way back when, but the game as it is called Old World. And that was originally going to be published by Starbreeze, which, if you're not familiar with them, they're probably best known for Payday 2. And the other thing you might have heard about them is bankruptcy. Particularly some really questionable financial practices at the company, it seems. So in order to make sure this game kept getting made, effectively Mohawk Games, which is Soren Johnson's company, bought the rights back. But where does the money come from that, right? People don't necessarily go into game development to become fabulously wealthy. Oh, music's probably gotten a bit loud. I'll just talk louder. But yeah, like the Epic exclusivity for Old World gave them the money that they needed to basically make the game. And I know some independent developers who are like, well, Epic shouldn't be abusing its power like that. And I'm like, yes, but there is a reason why this sort of thing is permitted in competition law. It's specifically a measure that antitrust allows for, to be able to deal with entrenched competitors, and that's exactly what Steam is. It's very entrenched. So, we live in a second best world, right? It would be wonderful if we could have competition without exclusives. But if Epic didn't have exclusives, it simply would not be a viable competitor to Steam. And in the end, I think we, in the long run, when all of this is done and everybody kind of, the steam is away from everybody's glasses, and we're playing games rather than writing all capital emails to each other about them. We will probably say that by and large the inclusion of an additional storefront was a good thing. Anyways, thank you very much for putting up with my opinions at the end of the night. It has been 6 hours. It's 1:30 in the morning on an evening where I probably got, if I was lucky and I fudged the numbers a bit, about 3 hours of sleep. So I think it's exactly like it was on Wednesday. I really want to keep playing this game, and I know if I keep doing that, it's not going to be good for me. So I'm going to hit the salvage button. I'm going to go to my base. Oh, they didn't even touch us. That was glorious. All right. I'm going to hit the lovely save button. And I will thank you all for sharing this really great game with me. I don't know. Phantom Brigade, okay, cool. Sorry, I misunderstood the message. What can we look forward to? So next month, diverse combat scenarios, new narrative event, and new combat environment. In February, this is probably going to be a big one. Melee 2.0. I think it originally said artillery. Now it says missile weapons. Now that could imply artillery, or that could mean that artillery is something that has either been dropped or will be added later on. And then additional enemy types. This one in particular I'm looking forward to, because I think it's going to be the thing that really disrupts my strategy of running in front of buildings and letting them absorb most of the shots. The fact that I've been doing some more battles on fields and trying to rely on hills is also an indicator of me hitting the limits of that strategy. But I really think the Arsenal update is going to be the one where you start seeing, a lot of unpacking of different strategies and me really agonizing over some particular choices. And then in the future, combat replay, pilot progression, invader, nemesis, localization support, gamepad support, dynamic weather, and more. Thanks. Mankind has died out? Sorry, I think I misunderstood Ed Baver. But yeah, I'm really excited for where this game is going. I was really grateful to play Industries of Titan. Phantom Brigade is very much the type of game that I have pretty much always loved playing for as long as I've been able to play games. The quality of the game at this really early stage, it's worth remembering, we've only gotten the first update, the December one. So I'm really looking forward to what's coming up in this game. And whether you choose to come on the journey as a member of the early access crew, or if you want to wait for the thing to be finished and enjoy it, this is a really special game, and I've really had a lot of fun sharing it with you. I will say I am trying to figure out the best way for me to balance my priorities in the next couple of, I guess, the oncoming week. No worries. I am still gonna find someone to host tonight. But just as a preview of what I'm gonna be doing, I have some videos to record over the weekend. So on Monday we will be back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. I still haven't decided how much longer I'm gonna be doing that, because it does seem that the shine is sort of worn off for people. But we'll see. If you guys like that, please let me know, because I actually really like playing it, but it seems that it's maybe a little less popular than it used to be. And I don't mind, I can do more Phantom Brigade on Mondays if people are kind of tired of that. Tuesday, as always, is a pre-recorded Elder Scrolls episode. For those of you who have not been familiar with this, so this is basically... I was originally doing this for YouTube, but it seems to be that people really like participating in the chat, so I'm still doing the vodcasts. That's basically, I started with... I haven't really gotten into the Elder Scrolls games until I did this. So I started playing the Elder Scrolls Arena, which is the very first one. And I played through that. I actually really liked it. And then I played Daggerfall, completed that. That one, it was a little hard to get through. But I've been really enjoying Morrowind, and we're now on to the second DLC, Blood Moon, which takes place on the island of Solstheim. I've been playing the same character through all of it, and I rather foolishly played a Dark Elf, and so I have to do this voice throughout the playthrough. But as long as you can put up with that stupid voice for 3 hours, that'll be on Tuesday, usually starting around 7. Again, that is a pre-recorded video, so if you're wondering why I don't acknowledge you in chat, it's because I am recording it on the weekend, and the high-quality version of those videos are on YouTube. So yeah, if you want to see me go through 3 games worth of Elder Scrolls, it's all archived on YouTube. I know for a fact that there are minutes in that no human being has seen, because I look at the metrics every once in a while. But yeah, for those of you who are into that sort of thing, that'll be up on Tuesday. And then again, my usual dilemma for Wednesday and Friday, there's Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade. I'm probably going to do Phantom Brigade, but again, you'll know when I know. And finally, it is worth remembering, Christmas is almost upon us. I do like to take the holiday, I'd like to take holidays for myself if I can. But the fact of the matter is, I know this Christmas is going to be tough for some folks. I don't normally see my family around that time, so it's not anything new for me. But I have historically tried to do something on Christmas Day because it's nice to have people. So I hope you guys get a chance to spend it with your families or those that you care about. If that is not possible, I will do my best to put something on so you can at least have a friendly voice to listen to. But until then, I need to shut up and find someone to host. Where are we? This music's great, by the way. Sorry, this is like a really awkward way to end. But I shut down my browsers while I'm streaming because I don't want to.
Hi everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how to
math
teach
textbooks.
Mathematics from.
You guys get to find out what a nerd I am. All right. What are we looking at here? Oh, there's some really good people online. It's this has become a little bit of a tradition. And I'm actually really happy to see that there's a number of people already host. Oh, you know what? Sorry. There is one other thing I should check. If there's a Phantom Brigade stream, I should probably host that. Nope. All right. For those of you who are looking for Phantom Brigade, I'm sorry, but there's nobody else streaming it. So I'm going to toss you over to Night Valian, who was in chat a little while ago. He is playing Call of the Sea. I'm actually really happy to see that he's got a few more people in his channel than he normally has around this hour. So I'd love it if you guys would come along, show him a little support. He's been a bit new at broadcasting, but he's been a real gem in terms of my little time on Twitch. It's been a lot of fun to watch him. Incredibly nice guy, and I'm actually not familiar with Call of the Sea, so I'm going to stick around and check out what it's like before collapsing in a heap and enjoying a well-earned rest. Have a lovely evening, guys. I will see you, some of you at least, on Monday, Tuesday, possibly Wednesday for Phantom Brigade. And until next time, take care.